some other product too.
It was a ghastly tale of a winter's night. One of an invisible killer and a crime perpetrated on the pavement.
There we go. A little louder, please.
As the victim lay at death's door, the mystery of just who had stabbed the young lady from behind had been resolved. But no sooner had my friend saved that Eastern Exchange student from his harrowing plight.
This is not what Sherlock Holmes sounds like.
In the dim, flickering shadows of gaslight, did a second bizarre crime rend the stillness of that very night.
Where can I get discounts on MetaZoo? Try the dumpster outside your OTS.
Most can still recall the sensational headlines of the day. Haunted apartment of death. The condemned criminal's curse. The dread demon of coal gas.
So a reminder, this is the second case that Soseki Natsume was in that we are never to talk about.
Upon his arrival at the scene, it only proved to be the overture that announced the rising of the curtain on a most tragic play.
My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. He's back, baby! I'm a fledgling lawyer just starting on my journey. 6 months ago, I arrived as a visiting student of law. Having made the long voyage across the sea from the Empire of Japan to London, England, and on the way, in quite extraordinary circumstances, I had the acquaintance of a world-famous detective, my good friend, Sherlock Holmes. Currently, I reside in the attic of the detective's own lodgings from where I run my legal consultancy of sorts. I've successfully defended a number of clients in Britain's highest court, the Old Bailey. But since a particularly grueling and unforgettable legal battle 4 months ago now, I haven't returned to the courtroom. In truth, I lost my right to return. But that epic trial was just one small part of an epic tale, a tale which was now about to awaken from slumber, thanks to a letter that arrived this morning from my homeland. I miss her so much. You got a rumbly in your tumbly. What a delicious scent wafting up the stairs. This isn't Yu-Gi-Oh? Yes, it is. It must be nearly time for breakfast. I'd better go down to Mr. Sholmes' suite and say good morning to the great detective and his flatmate. Ah, Runa. Good. I was just about to call up to you. The bacon's ready. Good morning, Iris. It smells delicious as usual. Before we eat, I have some news. I had a surprise this morning. Whoo! Not another word, Mr. Naruhodo. Is that the voice I've been using for him? Let me go back to one of my old videos. What voice am I using for the gay man? Investigation yesterday. Oh my god, he's like not in this one. Last tonight, but please, you must not touch my things. You mean you don't know? Okay, it is just a little fruity. Not another word, Mr. Naruhodo. Siberian, I have not found like a list for it produced anywhere. I've just run into it on ladder. I would start with the Katesith deck. The weaker cards are like... I mean, the weaker cards are very apparent in that deck. And I would play Piper, Cyber Valley, and Fader in the slot that, like, maybe the Gorzes are in and shit. This could just be the abstruse thing for my pre-breakfast stagnation-repelling mental stimulation, my dear fellow. Morning to you too, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, yes, I see. So that's it. Oh. Get your big-ass nose out of the window. The truth is clear to me as day. My faculties of observation have revealed it again. What are you talking about? You, Mr. Naruhodo. You have this merry morning met with a surprise. That is true. My dear fellow, it barely warrants explanation. Firstly, your hair is particularly unkempt, somewhat reminiscent of a bird's nest. Secondly, you have neglected to fasten the third button of your jacket. Clearly, when considered together, these two facts point to you having been flustered this morning. Can I talk now? But of course, though I don't look for admiration, you understand. My hair always looks like this. It's been this way since I first met you. Oh, it has? And the button was ripped off last night, if you recall. By you. I wonder what that means. Ah, yes, I recall the incident now. It was after supper, was it not? As the evening advanced, I picked up your penis and began to play the wailing notes of a haunting tune. But then, to my utter dismay, the third string snapped. Why did it have to happen? Why? Little wonder then that in my vexation I grabbed the first button I saw and ripped it from its proper place. Well, give it back. God. What matters at the present time, my dear fellow, is simply whether or not my deduction was unerring. But Hurley, Runo said it when he came in, didn't he? I had a surprise this morning. Well, that really is a surprise. God, I love him. Yes, this man is the pride of the British Empire, the famous consulting detective Mr. Sherlock Holmes. There can't be a single person in the world who doesn't know his name. All right then, enough of this silly conversation. Come and eat this bacon before it goes cold. And I have a new herbal tea for you to try, too. My latest special blend. An Iris, the opium addict. A truly exceptional young girl who's the author of a highly successful serialization here in London. Yes, The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes is published in Ranced magazine. So, Mr. Naruhodo, won't you put us out of our misery? What surprised you this fine morning? Ah, well, I received a letter from Japan. From Susie, you mean? That's right, and she had some rather startling news, in fact. Ah, intriguing indeed. You must tell us all about it over breakfast. Oh, yes, what fun. Oh, okay. Let's do some examining. First and foremost, the gay little shoes. Oh, no, this is, Ooh, he's cooking. What a dumb man. I love him. He's just so stupid. There's something charming about a really stupid man. There are different pieces of evidence from cases you've solved, aren't they, Mr. Holmes? Not quite, not quite. These trinkets are a selection from cases I've solved with particular aplomb. They are souvenirs of my success. Memories, Mr. Naruhodo, memories. Okay, where's the bust of Napoleon from? I forget. It's the trunk. Ah, yes, the metal chest. That's where her manuscripts are. Okay. What else is in this gay man's living room? There's this. Books, papers, scientific implements. These shelves are stuffed to the gunnels. Okay. I love this machine. It's a big machine. The great analyiscope. Okay. Extremely astute question, Mr. Naruhodo. Sorry. Well, as Iris said, my machine here spits out analysis results of anything with which you care to present it. But how to interpret those results, that's the key, and I confess I have no idea. Clearly, I'm going to have to construct a great analyiscope to solve the problem. That might not help. Let's talk about the violin. Ah, yes. It's a Stradivarius. Bitches be shopping. Is it really a Stradivarius? But of course, my dear fellow, it said so on the label. Okay, well, let's move this way. All right, what do we have over here? Okay. Drugs. What's in the melting pot today? The blue carbuncle. Yu-Gi-Oh! It's from a case of theft that Hurley solved ages ago. The theft of a precious stone. A carbuncle is a name for a garnet if it's cut with a round top. Thank you. And it was blue? Well, that's the thing. They're usually red. No blue garnets have been discovered. So who knows what the stolen gemstone actually was? That's the real mystery. Okay. I don't care. Here's spices. Do be careful. You mustn't try the contents of any of those bottles, even if you're hungry. I wouldn't do something stupid like that. Well, I wish I could say the same for Hurley. The other day, he polished off a full bottle of one of my alkaloids. Huh? He said he was hungry. I'll be careful. My man was... he was shitting Tums all day. All right, what's in here? I can type with my eyes shut, you know. Ooh, me too. I can believe it. When a deadline's approaching, you sound like a Gatling gun. Cool. Oh. Okay, let's talk to our good friend. Okay, let's talk about the letter. This is the letter by International Post. Oh, how lovely. Look at Susie's beautiful writing. I wish I could read it. And how is your judicial assistant faring, may I ask? She's very well, thank you. In fact, according to what she's written, she appeared as a lawyer in the Japanese Supreme Court and won a case. Ah, that shit's illegal. That's fine. A cut above your good self, my dear fellow. I've won cases too. Apparently, Mr. Natsume appeared in the trial as a witness. Natsume. No, I don't recall that name. He has a terrible memory. I love it. Of course you do. We helped the man twice. You know, in those two cases? Ah, the mustached, twitchy man with the somewhat feline eyes and the mustache. He didn't have two mustaches, Hurley. Yes, who could forget those two cases? They made a very deep impression on me. Although I must confess, the details are a little hazy. All right, let's talk about it. So what was the startling news? Do you remember the case of the haunted lodgings, Mr. Holmes? Ah, yes. It's very interesting, you know. I don't feel entirely uncertain that it's a case of nature that did not occur. He's totally forgotten. Anyway, in her letter, Miss Susato asked that we read over her case notes and investigate further. Though it took place half a year ago, for what purpose? Because of something that Mr. Natsume said to her, apparently. He suggested the real reason she was called back to Japan might have had something to do with that case. Oh? Miss Susato's father questioned him about the case, she says, and something Mr. Natsume said appeared to trouble him, prompting him to send that telegram. It was very strange, wasn't it? And I had compiled the whole story into a nice, neat manuscript ready for publication, too. But then Hurley here was all funny about it, remember? He was very mean. That story must not be published, you said, very mysteriously as well. Really? I said that? Are you sure? Do you know something about it, Mr. Holmes? About why Miss Susato was suddenly told 4 months ago that she had to return to Japan? Yes. It's been 4 months now since we waved Susie off at Dover. It was such a shock, wasn't it? The way that she just suddenly announced she had to go back to Japan. Indeed it was, due to a telegram she received from her homeland, I believe. That's right, telling her to return urgently. Yes, because her father had passed away. No. It just said he was suffering from a high fever. He's not dead. But according to this letter, that news was just a ruse. Okay, let's check out the case. Hurley, do you know what it's all about? Oh! That was fast. Well, who can say? But you said... Please, I have engagements, my dear fellow. My calendar is quite surprisingly full today. And a stringent analysis of the matter would be excessive, I feel, even if I were quite at leisure. So, man the fort in my absence, won't you, Iris? Okay. He scuttled off rather quickly there. I think perhaps Professor Mikitoba isn't the only person hiding something here. Soseki-san was involved in 2 cases, but only one of them was forbidden from being published by Mr. Holmes. I found them at last. Iris, are they... The notes about the case? That's right. Susie and I compiled them together. The case of the haunted lodgings. Do you want to read them? Yes. Iris and I decided to read over the case notes together, reliving every detail. I'm no longer allowed to practice law in the courts of Great Britain. Why is that? Wait, why is that? We have no idea why that is, right? That's news to me, personally. It was 6 months ago, a mysterious incident that unfolded on the wintry streets of London. I remember this. Her life was spared, but she was unconscious for several days following the incident. Wait, were we disbarred for the McGilded case? No, that's fucked up. You're allowed to defend guilty people. The fog was thick, and nobody saw her attack her, but by a cruel twist of fate, a visiting Japanese student was walking behind her at the time and was duly arrested. We did do a little treason, but everyone in that case did treason. That man was Soseki-san, and the man who effected his arrest was Mr. Holmes. Believing in our compatriot's innocence, Susato-san and I decided to represent Soseki-san in court. And after a grueling trial of many twists and turns, we finally managed to prove his innocence. I remember this. Joyful, joyous, jubilant jubilation! Was the man's reaction after the trial, but his jubilant jubilation was short-lived. We received a telegram from Mr. Holmes the following morning. The victim of the Briar Road stabbing has regained consciousness. Oh, good. Hurry to Bart's at once. So Susato-san and I summoned a hansom, who I think you've already got a hansom, and headed immediately to the hospital. Hello. I think not. Oh? Oh good, Susato's here. You're late! What on earth took you so long? Your telegram only arrived at 5 o'clock, Mr. Holmes, and it's a 21-minute ride to the hospital. Then it's 5:30 now. We made very good time. The time is utterly irrelevant. The fact is, I have been waiting for what felt like an eternity! In point of fact, I myself was awoken at 4 this morning by a telegram boy. And feeling it was somewhat unjust that I alone had been roused at such an hour, I sent one to you. Well, thanks for that. Anyway, you're here now, so the victim is over there. She's only just regained consciousness. Oh! Ooh, she's a big girl. Miss Green. What's this? This is, interesting. Oh. Well, do we want to talk to the mouse then? Hello. Vermin in a hospital. It's very plump. Let's check out her chart. Do not feed. Ah, she's a feeder. What is this place, a zoo? Hope she hasn't read this. Alright, let's talk to this woman. Good morning. Oh! Oh, hello. Hello, I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo from the Empire of Japan. Oh, no! Was it your knife that... Are you the man who... No, I'm a lawyer. That means you can trust us. And I'm Susato Mikitoba. Pleased to meet you. Oh, no! Was it your knife, then? Are you the one? No. I'm Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant. We heard that you'd regained consciousness and wanted to come give our best wishes. Best wishes for me! Thank you.
Shadow Wizard Buddy Gang. We love casting spells.
Holy shit-a-moly! That's the Gray Lane difference, folks. Gray Lane, thank you for the 50 gifties! Chat, if you didn't get one, dodge in chat. As simple as that. Chat says subathon is back. Hey, no. But I appreciate it regardless. I'm Olive Green. I'm an artist. No, that's not right. I'm trying to be an artist. Well, what I really mean is I desperately want to be an artist. But the truth is, I don't have any talent. I know I don't. It's no wonder I was stabbed in the back. I don't think that's related, actually. Gosh, this young woman seems to bend over backwards to put herself down. Ugh, don't I know a lot of people like Miss Green? Alright, what the fuck is going on, I guess? To suddenly be struck in the back by a blade as you were walking along on the pavement, what a terrible experience you must have had, Miss Green. It was so cold that day, and the fog was so thick I couldn't see a thing. That was 4 days ago now, I think. Is that right? Yes, that's right. But the case has been solved, hasn't it, while I've been here in the hospital? Oh, holy shit. Yeah. Oh, yeah, you're back, yeah. By none other than I, Hairlock Sholmes. No. Mr. Sholmes. As you well know, it was Mr. Naruhodo's hard work in court that solved the case. Are you yet to hear what happened, Miss Green? Yes, I'm afraid so. A gentleman from the police force is supposed to be coming in to fill me in shortly. Oh, I see. Me coming round seems to have made everyone frantically busy. I'm so sorry. I should never have regained consciousness. It was selfish of me. This is the class. Oh, I know many people like this. We're all so relieved you're on the mend, Miss Green. Really, we are. Oh my god. Tell me about yourself. Oh no, I couldn't possibly claim that. I'm a fledgling artist at best. I'm a student of art at the Thorndike Academy of Fine Art. Oh my, an Academy of Fine Arts. Great Britain is such a wonderful country. Oh no. Tell me, Miss Green, do you live hereabouts? Oh no, actually I don't deserve it, but I have a little flat on Brixton Road. I see. How very interesting. Oh no! Is it? Brixton is some 10 stops away on the underground from here, and Thorndike is a mere 3-minute walk from the Brixton town center. Does that matter, Mr. Sholmes? Perhaps not, but Briar Road is a far less salubrious part of town by comparison, dwelt in by those of inferior means, including the maleficent Mr. Mustache. It struck me as somewhat out of the ordinary for a young fine arts student to be walking in such a district. That's all. Oh. Mr. Sholmes, you should be ashamed of yourself, prying into a young maiden's private affairs. Oh dear me, do forgive me. If you don't mind. I'm being discharged shortly, so I need to pack my things. Okay. Goodbye. Is there a Mr. Nero Forder here? Mr. Nero Forder here. That's, nope, that's not close. Mr. Nero Forder, good. This is for you. It's a message from a Mr. Saucy Nutsbag. Mr. Natsume? Interesting. Yes, let's read it. Yes. Well, this is most unexpected. Is something wrong, Mr. Holmes, he says. Have you not seen this note? No, how could I have? It would seem that London's criminals have no intention of letting the great detective rest. A new case calls, a case of murder, no less. We must depart at once. Murder? Call a cab! Time is of the essence. But the trouble is, we've yet to read Mr. Natsume's note. I was thinking we ought to pay him a visit in his lodgings once we did. That would be convenient. Let me read the note. Took place at Mr. Mustache's lodgings! What? It was only yesterday that Soseki-san was in court and we were dispelling doubts about his innocence. And now the very next day, there's a murder at the man's own address. He may very well be the unluckiest man alive. He crossed the Reaper of the Bailey. Oh! No. You've killed a theater kid. Locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire! Mr. Natsume. Oh, why? Why is this happening? Why to me? I've only just got out of court yesterday! I was finally home after 2 days of misery and I wake up the next day to this? No early bird should catch a worm like this! Woeful worm without wiggle! I see you're in high spirits again this morning, Mr. Mustache. Not the horrible hairlock Holmes! Shoo! Shove off! Show yourself the door! I never invited you! Mr. Holmes came here with us. I'm quite sure he'll be able to help you, Mr. Natsume. What the fuck?!
We love casting spells.
From the center of the earth, N54 Lionheart heard someone was challenging the all-time gifted subs record. Holy shit! Thank you for the 50 gifties! Pew, 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 pew. If you missed it, dodged in chat. As simple as that. I love this fucking game. This game is great. I'm entirely at your disposal, Mr. Mustache. What can I do for you? Oh, good. Here they are already. The busybodies. Ah, Inspector Gregson. What a pleasant surprise. Pleasant, is it? Gives me heartburn every time I see your face at a crime scene, Holmes. Ha! I deduce, Inspector, that your heartburn is a result of your excessive consumption of fried food. Good morning, Inspector. This is a crime scene. Don't you go touching anything. Or good morning to you, Sunshine. Jeez. This is a rough one. It's a rough one already. All right, what the fuck is going on here? Oi! I said hands off. You're gonna mess up me crime scene. Okay, that's true. I know your kind. You'll mess it up just by looking at it. Oh, this is before he was anti-racist. This is racist Gregson. Someone's in a bad mood. Certainly some bad air in here, isn't there? All right, let's talk to the inspector. What was the victim's name? Who was he? Mr. William Shakespeare. He was a lodger here. As you can probably tell, he was an actor. Bit of a dead loss, as it happens. Or just dead. Mr. Shakespeare. It was a landlord, old Mr. Garadib. Oh, fucking hell. And the other lodger, Mr. Natsume, found him. Fella didn't rise at his usual hour, so Garadib got worried and kicked the door down. But doesn't Mr. Garridip have a bad leg? Oh, yeah, you're right there. It was that jittery Japanese hunchback over there who did the kicking. Victim was pretty odd up, it seems. Even done some time inside for petty crimes. He had no money, no place to go, and no friends. Only acquaintances with the people in this house. Miserable life and a miserable end to it. So what is Natsume doing here? He's not involved in the investigation. Shouldn't you have sent him away from the crime scene? Well, I'm not saying it's because the fella looks odd or anything, or that he acts suspicious, but I thought it would be prudent to take a statement from the... cohabiter. You nearly said culprit there, didn't you? Oh, dear. Mr. Natsume appears to be under suspicion again. It certainly seems that way. He does just come across as such an odd fellow, doesn't he? Poor man. How unfortunate. Anyway, I can't say much until the coroner gets here. But I don't think the fella's been a goner that long. Body's still warm. Even if the inspector would allow it, I don't think I could bring myself to touch a dead body. Well, how are you doing, Mr. Natsume? It's only been 3 days since I was arrested for the incident on the pavement outside. And then, having finally regained my freedom, it starts happening all over again. Endless existence of excruciating experiences. So the victim lived here on the ground floor, and your room is just one story up, isn't it? Yes, that's right. In a way, we were neighbors, I suppose. Did you know the victim? Were you friends? You okay? Well, I suppose he wasn't a complete stranger, but he never did invite me to his room. Never! On my honor, I swear it! What an extreme reaction. You're probably wishing you'd never asked now, aren't you? When we found him here, I felt wretched, which is why I sent word asking you to come. Though through that inspector over there. Oh, fucking hell. What? Hey. What's going on here, buddy? Ha! You need only to observe to know it, dear fellow. Investigating naturally. There's nothing natural about that pose. Have you made some miraculous discovery? Patience, my dear madam, patience. We've not been in this room 5 minutes. So far, all I've managed to deduce is what actually... Oh my god! I know that music! Isn't that everything we need to know, Mr. Schultz? I gotta piss for this. Now that you propose the idea, I believe one could indeed see it that way. At the present time, I have managed to draw 2 incontrovertible conclusions. The first, that there was a physical struggle here last night, which the victim fought for his life. Oh! Is everything okay? No, don't mind me. Forget I was here. Okay. And my second conclusion is that there was a poison lingering in the air here last night that passed the victim's lips. Nonsense! Huh? Alright, Mr. Natsume. You alright? Pretend I'm not here. Invisible, ineffable, inscrutable, insignificant. Impossible to ignore. You must tell us everything, Mr. Holmes. Spare no detail. But of course, let the theatrical tragedy before us be unraveled by my great deductions, presented for your pleasure in 2 acts! Woo! Okay. Logic and Reasoning Spectacular, Act 1. Topic 1. Cause of death. It's fucking peak! It's peak! Careful observation of the victim reveals to us the events that transpired in this disconsolate room last night. Foam at the mouth of the deceased clearly indicates the use of a poison. He's fucking up back there. Next to the victim, we notice a large dining plate which contains, you will observe, 1/2 of a sizable bar of soap. Meaningful? Indubitably. Why is this soap set so purposefully upon the dish? Like the victim's last supper, in fact. Yes. Could it be that the man was about to eat it? Of course! The fork reveals the answer. Huh? It appears the young man's appetite was his undoing. Taking up arms in the form of his cutlery, the victim engaged in a deadly battle for his life. Okay. Yet the struggle against his hunger was in vain, for in the end he couldn't resist devouring the slippery feast. But London's foul soap is besmirched by foul poison. Yes, the victim's life was claimed by poison that tainted the contents of the plate. The soap and the lather about the young man's mouth are too perfectly matched to ignore. The cause of death was clearly intoxication due to excessive ingestion of the foul soap. Though personally, I have a greater interest in the taste of foul candle wax, of course. Okay, I don't think that that's correct. I think that he is a fucking dumbass. Oh, shit. The cause of death identified, we proceed to Act 2, where we ponder the next question. Was this suicide or murder? The audience will recall the death occurred during the victim's last supper. Did the man dine and die alone? This single teacup suggests the answer. To draw a conclusion on such meager evidence would be foolish, however. Certainly, the careful criminal could have absconded with his own cup to cover his tracks. Well, allow me to lift the veil of doubt, my dear fellow. Indeed, what reveals the answer, of course, is the broken lock. That's a good one. Though forced open now at the time of the incident, this door was locked. And the sole key was in the victim's pocket. In other words, when the victim consumed the poison, he must have been alone. Huh? And with that acrid aroma lingering in the air, the victim met his end in tragic solitude. We can take comfort only in the fact that his soul was well cleansed on its way to the hereafter. God, he is so stupid. He's the most correct man in the universe. Oh my God. Thus concludes the final act of Sherlock Holmes' Great Deduction. True! There's just one thing, Mr. Holmes. Just one more thing. You are disposed to identifying just one thing, aren't you, Mr. Naruhodo? Pray, what concerns you? Well, no matter how hungry he was, do you really think the man would have eaten soap? It is quite apparent this man had barely a penny to his name. It is a curious thing, but to one so destitute, soap can suddenly appear quite irresistibly appetizing. How extraordinary. In truth, I have tried a little soap myself in the past. Oh boy, wow. My dear fellow, it was some time ago now. My postulation was that it would cleanse my gut. And did it? As I writhed naggily on the floor and spilt the contents of my stomach, yes, I believe it did. In a manner of speaking. The experience taught me a valuable lesson. Soap is quite poisonous. It has an unpleasant taste and leads to great discomfort. In summary, I cannot recommend it. Is he doing all right? I couldn't help noticing him shuddering and quivering out of the corner of my eye, almost as if the deductions took the nerve. Nonsense! Well, that clenched teeth episode didn't last. I think, judging by Mr. Natsume's reaction, the great detective's deductions may need some corrections in order to reach the actual truth. Well, I am ready to make this a duet. It's time to perform a two-man show. She's great. I love her. I'm prepared. It's time to say Gex! Course correction. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. Careful observation of the victim reveals to us the events that transpired in this disconsolate room last night. Foam at the mouth of the deceased clearly indicates the use of poison. I feel pretty good about that. Next to the victim, you will observe 1/2 of a sizable bar of soap. Okay, so obviously not. Well, you can't deny a fork implies the man was eating something or about to eat something. And of course, only 1/2 of the bar of soap is left on the plate. Something material that shows if the man actually ate some soap. Oh, I found the other 1/2 of the soap. What a dumb fuck. Look, there's more soap on the floor. Mr. Shamspeare must have really loved this stuff. What the? How can that be? I think they are 2 halves of the same bar. Oh.
Take that!
Take that! Could it be that the man was about to eat it? Of course! The other piece of soap reveals the answer. It being the other 1/2 of the soap on the table. In short, the victim was not eating soap at all. But it's obvious, really. For no depths of hunger could drive any man to attempt to eat soap. He's such a fuck. I love him. Even I, with my unquenchable thirst for practical knowledge, took only a single bite. That begs the question of how the man was poisoned, because there's no sign of any food on the table. An excellent observation, Mr. Naruhodo, and one that furnishes us with the answer we seek. For London's foul soap is besmirched by foul poison. Yes, the victim's life was claimed by the poison that tainted the contents of the plate. Wrong again. We're still on the soap. Maybe he said the man licked the soap? Jesus Christ. No signs of any food at all. Yeah, what about the teacup, huh? Or the teacup. Or the tea stain? The stain of tea? Okay, they want me to do the cup. Yeah, it's a Western vessel for the serving of infusions of dried tea leaves. What the fuck do people in the East use? It's a teacup, Mr. Naruhodo, as you well know. Stop putting on airs. And it's empty. So we've already established the victim wasn't eating soap when he died. However, there's significant evidence to suggest he was drinking tea.
Take that!
Yes, the victim's life was claimed by poison that tainted the teacup. Indeed! Cups have been the vessel of choice for practicing poisoners for over a century. And it would appear that this victim drank every last drop. There's literally drops right in front of you. There's no sign of food anywhere in the room. Which leads us to the immutable conclusion. The cause of death was intoxication due to the ingestion of poison contained in the teacup. And that's much better. All right, bada bing. Now let's do the suicide one. The cause of death identified, we proceed to Act 2. Was this suicide or murder? The audience will recall the death occurred during the victim's Last Supper. Did the man dine and die alone? The single teacup suggests the answer. Well, unfortunately, we said correctly later. Oh! We just aren't looking. It's a teacup! Added 2 is empty. Given that he's holding this one in his hand, this is probably his. But if that's the case, this changes everything. I have a bad feeling about this. I almost don't want to say it. don't see anything else. The fork's not bad either. Okay, we'll present the teacup.
Take that!
Yeah. Do the men dine and drink alone? The other teacup suggests the answer. Yes, there were 2 teacups in this room all along. In other words, this is a strong indication that at the victim's last supper, there was a guest present. At the very least, we can say now with certainty that somebody else was here in the room last night taking tea with the victim. Oh, what are you talking about? Utterly, unbelievably, unjustly, unreasonable! To draw a conclusion on such meager evidence would be foolish, however, certainly. In which case, what more can we deduce about this possible guest at the table? Well, allow me to lift the veil of doubt, my dear fellow. Oh. You know exactly who was in this room at the time of the victim's death? Indeed, what reveals is the broken lock. I don't think so. The lock is broken because Soseki Natsume kicked it to get in. The identity of the guest who's in here is something I have a very bad feeling about. There's a candle. Broken lock. There's a bottle. Pile of books. Oh my. And a pair of glasses. Well, let's check the books. Wait. Oh no. Oh no. Well,
Take that!
Unfortunately. Indeed, what reveals the answer, of course, is the pile of familiar books. Quite so, it's no mere coincidence that these 3 titles are here in this room. It's the link to the truth. Ah! Mr. Natsume, you purchased these books 4 days ago at a secondhand bookshop. That's just a coincidence! In that case, you will be able to bring the same 3 titles from your own room, will you not? This very moment! No! Never! Non-negotiable! If you can't bring your own copies here, it proves these 3 books are in fact yours. Having purchased the books 4 days ago and returned to your lodgings, you were arrested the very next day. So you could conceivably have brought the books here on that evening, but you never mentioned that. In other words, you could have only brought these 3 books here to the victim's room. Last night, having returned to your lodgings after the trial concluded at the Old Bailey. In short, there is only one possible conclusion. The victim died here in his room last night as a result of poisoning. And on that same night, the victim had a visitor. And that visitor... was you, Mr. Soseki Natsume! Thus concludes the final act of Sherlock Holmes' Great Deduction. Uh-oh. Elementary. God, I love the fucking deduction minigame. Not again! Not again! Well then, Mr. Natsume, it would appear you're gonna have to accompany me down to the yard. Again. But wait! Hold your horses! Yes? Door, key, lock, entry, exit, entirely impossible! Oh boy. Well, you think that's an alibi? You could have just made a copy. You live in the same building after all. Had plenty of opportunity, I'm sure. But misery me! Sorry, sir. You'll get your chance to give your side of the story later. The facts speak for themselves, Mr. Mustache. Ah, you horrible hairlock Holmes. Come on now, no dilly-dallying. Outside, there's a carriage waiting. Locum student, Mr. Naruhodo, Esquire. I never imagined I'd be in this position again, but... You have to help me, please! I'm innocent! Alright, I understand. We'll come to your cell later and talk about it. And one more thing. My poor little kitty cat. Please give him his breakfast for me. And so, his evil curse apparently unbroken, Soseki-san found himself once again the prime suspect in a case of murder. Thanks to the incriminating deduction of the great detective. My dear fellow, that honor belongs to you! Fun one. Well, at least that means Inspector Gregson is no longer here. Can examine the crime scene in more detail now. Yes, that's right, and of course... Have you forgotten what Inspector mentioned before? The landlord, Mr. Garadeb, who discovered Mr. Shamspear. Ah, Mr. John Garadeb, yes. I expect we could find him in his sitting room at the top of the floor as usual. Right, we must remember to go and talk to him later then. And that's gonna be it from me. What a fun one. There it is. Whee! How's that volume? I don't know. All I can do now is hope that he'll be born to a better life. The Dual Police, thank you for the sub. Oh shit, it's the bonfire guy. Yes, I suppose you're right. I wonder, do you think that putting our hands together in a Japanese prayer will help a British soul? No, a British soul cannot be helped. This book is entitled The Beginner's Guide to Praying for the Departed, the British Way. I'll just reread it now. One moment. Quite a spine on that book, isn't there? Spine check. Ah, one of the teacups that Mr. Shamspear and his guest drank from last night. But don't go drinking from them, Mr. Naruhodo. There's bitter poison inside. I wasn't gonna. Ah, let's steal some shit from the crime scene. What's this? A part of an envelope. Let's take this shit. We're just taking everything. Look at these extravagant, bright costumes. They look out of place in the room with its grim, shady goings-on. This one looks like a king's attire. King? What does that mean? Oh, you look wonderful. And you already have the sword. There's not much on these shelves, is there? Just this wine glass and bottle. And both of them are cracked. Yes, they are. They're very poor. What? Oh. He should donate his wine glasses to the needy. What is this? And here we have a meter. It's a gas meter. Residents pay for gas as they use it with coins. What the fuck? 2 hours of gas and heating. So if you were a poor person with no money, you'd have to sleep in the freezing cold? Yes. That sucks. Alright, well, let's see what's going on over here. This is some sort of makeshift stage, I think, isn't it? Where does the audience sit, though, for the nightly Shakespeare performances? Actors aspiring to the great stage must practice their art, Mr. Naruhodo, with or without an audience. In fact, on a related note, perhaps you should set up a mock bench for the defense on your office. Then you could practice your art every single day. I'll think about it. If that would help you achieve your goal. I love Susato. She's so cute. Okay, Okay, we did this already. Oh, okay. We've got a lot of these, huh? So we've been to the Sholm suite, to the hospital bed, to Mr. Shamspear's room. We could go to prison. Let's go to the Garradibs. It looked like we were supposed to go there next. I don't like these guys. Ah, you chaps, eh? Yes, good morning, sir. Thank you for your cooperation in court yesterday. It's strange that he is here. It was a trial. Came straight back here after all that business at the Bailey yesterday. Didn't expect to wake up to more bally nonsense this morning. I wonder if you wouldn't mind telling us exactly what happened to Mr. Garradib. Yes, I suppose you'd like to know all about that dead loss of an actor chap in the ground floor room. Okay. Looks like his weird wife isn't around. That's good. Oh, you just had to get up for us to talk to you? Must have been a real shock for you this morning. I hear that you discovered what happened. Ah, well. That hopeless actor chap rises at 5 o'clock sharp every morning without fail. But at 5:30 this morning, he still hadn't lit the gas. So I went down and knocked on his door, but no bally answer. And that's when you broke into his room by kicking down the door? Well, no, he got... he got Soseki to do it. Wasn't it a little premature to kick the door down? He could have just overslept. It's very true. 30 minutes oversleeping warranted such behavior. I'd have kicked your door down every morning. Better to be safe than sorry and all that. Interesting. The victim's name is Mr. Shamspear, I believe. Is that right? Yes, William Shamspear. Took the ground floor room 3 months ago now. And how would you describe him? In a word, destitute. Destitute? Well, let's face it, the only redeeming feature of that room was the cheap rent. Anyone wanting to live in a place like that is either broke or has a bally screw loose. Okay. That's a little rude. He was doing research as well. Research into what? Shakespeare! Shakespeare! Read a few plays of the old bard myself, you know. Romeo and Hamlet and all that. Yep, that's one of them. You got it perfectly. William Shakespeare is England's most highly regarded classical playwright and author. Wait, is that true? He is known as Sao in Japanese. Wait, is that true? And as you know, many of his works have already been translated. It seems incredible that Shakespeare was shortened to Sao, though. Someone was too heavy-handed there. Mr. Naruhodo, really, how rude. How can she read my mind? After Mr. Natsume's trial yesterday, you came straight back here, I believe, didn't you? Did you notice anything strange between then and this morning? Well, must have been about 6 in the evening by the time I got home. Snow was coming in rather heavily, as I remember, and it was completely dark already. That failed actor chap was out at the time. Couldn't summon the energy for anything much, so I just sat in front of the fire up here. It was after 8, just before Shamspear got back. The chap was up till past 1 in the morning, I'll have you know. Suppose he met his end sometime after that. I was asleep by then, so I'm rather in the dark there. Well, thank you. You were up here all in your room all evening, if I've understood correctly. Uh-oh. Not a big fan of stairs. Then how is it you seem to know the precise movements of your tenant on the ground floor? I say, I know what you're thinking, and it's a bally outrage. I'm ex-military, don't you know? I don't go around spying on my tenants. Let me turn the volume up here. Why would I? Then how did you know? It's the gas, woman! The gas tells me everything. This is me. As you're probably aware, the gas is supplied to the building by pipes. Yes, I'd more or less worked that out. Oh, that's... nope. Every room in the building is connected by a single pipe to the gas main outside, and the gas company supplies gas to properties via the main. Yes, I understand that too. Let me see if I can explain. Let's say I was to light the gas lamps up here. What do you suppose would happen? Well, the room would get brighter. Exactly! But at the same time, the lights in all the other rooms of the house would dim for a moment. Perhaps it's because when you light a gas lamp, it uses more gas than usual, which reduces the amount of gas in the pipe for the other lamps that are connected to it. Might explain why the other lamps dim momentarily, mightn't it? Yes, of course, because everything's connected to a single supply pipe. Jolly good point. Fact is, the gas company's pipes in these parts are pretty hopeless, long worn out, and barely got any gas in them to start with. Opposite's also true, of course. Extinguish the lamps up here, and they glow brighter in the rest of the house. Okay. You've got it. This guy is weird. Can we ask him about it? We can't. Okay. Let's just look around, I guess. You know, he's got his fucking thing. Ceremonial garb. Not in active service, you know. Oh, we'll take it. Let's try this one. The Medal of Honor for distinguished participation. Interesting. You look very dashing in your uniform there, Mr. Garadib. Drawn by an art student who used to rent the room downstairs. How interesting. Yes, well, the chap presented it to me one day and asked if I'd let him off the month's rent in return. Did you? No. Oh. A portrait is a portrait, but rent is rent. Thank you, asshole. What a jerk. There's a single apron drawing on that enormous cannon-shaped clothes horse. Look. No, that's a real cannon. I know. Piece of history, that is. Seen plenty of action on the battlefield, I can tell you. Now the old girl and I are just enjoying the peace and quiet of retirement together. And of course, she'd come in handy if the enemy decided to launch an attack again. I don't think that that is true. How about this thing? We know what it is. It's the burns. Don't suppose I'll be able to clear up that mess for some time now. Oh, because his wife is gone. People talk about twists of fate and whatnot. But this is a twist and a half! A rotten show all round! Okay. Ah, the old fat wife. He's quite right. Haven't touched it since. Haven't done much at all, really. It's been a day. I love that she can read my mind. It's very funny. These shelves look like they've been torn apart by a wild beast. Reminds me of the Battle of Maywan, don't you know? Okay. Okay, I don't... Great story. Sometimes you're cooked. All right. Well. I think I'm good here. I don't really have anything else I want to ask about. Let's show him the letter. Maybe he has something to say about this. I guess not. All right, well. I would go to Briar Road. This is where Olive Green was stabbed. Here's the fucked up bicycle. Wow, look at that fucked up bicycle. I read the bicycles are very popular. Oof. Well, here's the rest of the street. London is blanketed in the fog today. The Crystal Tower. Let's see what else we got here. Oh, here's like a snowman. Why has somebody built a snowman on some sort of pedestal? It's part of the snowman's body, but it has a body. Here in England, they use... Whoa! That's interesting. So in Britain, they make 2 balls of snowman. Here, it's a 3-ball snowman, but we don't know anyone who's not Japanese or British, so I don't know who made it. All right, that's all I got to say about this. Let's go to prison. Okay, hello, Soseki. Is he not here yet? He's not. Shit. Okay, thank God. Wait, perhaps not, thank God. Do they just say that everywhere now? Oh, good. Iris is over here. Hi, Iris. She's going off. Oh. Okay. Here's the spice cabinet. Okay, I should not be here. I can just tell this is not the right place to be. We can go back to Miss Green's room. Maybe she's back and she's going to be less of an asshole. She's not back. I guess we didn't look at this one. Do not permit to run around the hospital. Uh-oh. Here's some drugs. Oh, shit. All right. I guess we can go back to Mr. Shamspear's room. Nope, he's still dead. Uh-oh. Susato tells you where to go on the map screen. Oh, all right. Thank you. Thank you, Susato. We will spend a little more time examining here. Oh, the brick wall. Yes, the brick wall. The window's bricked up. That's not the only thing that's bricked up, Susato. A number of the bricks are loose. Oh. You're right. Soap! It's got a hole. Interesting. Let's examine that. Oh, or we will just do something else. Yeah, this is gonna be my boy. Yeah! Back so soon, huh? After all, I threw that little Japanese fella in the clink, I went and reported this to the investigation division. In 5 minutes' time, this place will be cordoned off by the yard. Okay, bye. Poor Mr. Natsume must be feeling very low, I'm sure. Let's go. Oh! Hello? Out, out, brief candle. Life's but a walking shadow, a poor player that oh no, he's not gonna do it. That struts and frets his hour upon the stage, and then is heard no more. Yeah? Now, how soundeth the next part? 'Tis a tale told by an idiot full of sound and fury signifying nothing. Indeed! Oh, happy day! Oh. Wait, now is he really dead? The fella isn't dead at all! What was that? Shakespeare, asshole. That's a cool, like, last words. He came back to life. He was taken by an emergency carriage to a nearby hospital for treatment. Okay, well... And we're back out here. Who is that asshole? Hello? Popeye? Oh? Ah! Oh, and he's gone. All right. I feel so sure I've seen that man somewhere before. Well, let's go to prison. Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire! Oh, yes? What is he? Tell me! Is he a ghost? Is he here to haunt me? Let me guess, you're talking about Mr. Holmes. He actually calls himself a great detective, Mr. Natsume, not a ghost. But his diabolic deductions, they're not of this world! They've left me... cursed! Well, okay. Credit where credit is due, Mr. Naruhodo. You were heartily involved in the deduction, too. Heavily. Moving on. Oh. The victim that we thought was dead has come back to life. Now, in the absolute worst case, you could only be tried for attempted murder. That's great, isn't it? It's terrible! Oh. I'm stuck in the cell, suffering for some silly wrong end of the stick! You did it, didn't you? Confess, you're a killer. Why the mustache? Constant questions. I'm sorry to hear that. That selfish shyster. Make up your mind. Are you dead or alive? If you were going to come back to life, why bother dying? Wickedly wishy-washy William. Well, it seems likely that Mr. Shamspeare was never actually dead in the first place. Yes, that might make sense. And I'm pleased that he's alive, of course. Our lively debate last night was much fun. I'd be sad to think it was our last. Oh! Oops. I'm not saying another word. I demand to have a lawyer present. I'm your lawyer. Who do you think I am? Please, Mr. Natsume, we need to hear your side of the story. Ugh. All right, let's get it out. There's nothing to tell. But I'm eternally grateful to you for helping me with that accursed case yesterday. Yes, I remember it. It's hard to believe that was yesterday. After the trial was over, I trudged my weary way back to my lowly lodgings. That evening at past 9 it must have been, I visited Mr. Shamspeare. So you did go to the victim's room then? As we feared. I didn't do anything wrong! I'd never been to his room before! It was the first time! And what made you decide to go? I bumped into him when I arrived back at the house. We got chatting and developed into a discussion. He had to go out, so I bade him farewell. Okay. We met again after 9, and I took him some nice tea I'd brewed as a gift. Uh-oh. Romeo and Juliet! Who was the stronger? It was a delightful debate. Such a stimulating subject, Shakespeare! Okay. And the debate became very heated, so you slipped poison into Mr. Shamspeare's tea. No! Never! Not at all! Team Juliet won! That was me! And when I left his room, the flamboyant fellow was fighting fit! I swear it, categorically! Okay. Mr. Natsume, you say the same thing about yourself. I've noticed that you have a cursed existence. I'm sure I've mentioned this to you before, but I've been here in Great Britain for a year now, and in that time I've learned it's no place for me. It can be very trying to live in a foreign land and adapt to the ways of another culture. There are foreigners everywhere I look, and they all stare at me, they all laugh. That's the impression I get whenever I go out. It makes me scared to leave my room. Which is why I've become a recluse. But even in my room, I find no respite from my fears. I've moved more times than I can remember, and then 1 week ago I moved into Briar Road. Why? It sucks. Because the rent is cheap. I have so little money, it spoke to me. There's a reason it's cheap, because the room is cursed. The previous occupant, the man who lived there before I took the room, died there. He was only a young man, but one morning he was found dead and no one could explain why. Surely no one would want to live in a room with a history like that. I didn't. When the letting agent recommended the place, I wavered. But I want books, and books cost money. A horrible history is a small price to pay. When I realized it would mean I could buy more books, I signed the lease like lightning. But after I moved in, I soon came to realize what I'd done. I realized how horrible that room's history really was. Gosh, was it really so awful? How did the room's horrible history affect you, Mr. Natsume? What happened? At first, it was just a feeling. The feeling of beady eyes boring into my back, watching me. Do you think that might have been your mind playing tricks on you? No. My mind doesn't know any tricks. It was someone else. It's been one long nightmare ever since I was given the keys to that place. Oh. I hope that's not true. This is scary. Mr. Garadib. He knows that if people keep dying there, he'll never be able to rent it out again. I guess that's a good reason. Oh, don't worry about it. Oh, now you're talking about me behind my back as well. What's important is Mr. Shamspeare isn't dead. Once he's come around, we'll be able to get you released. Yes, please. Oh, I do hope you're right. Oh, it's Greg. Oi, Gregson, you fucking bitch. I couldn't help overhearing what you just said, and on that note, I have some good news and some bad news. Oh? Which do you want first? Always get the bad news first. Yep, absolutely correct. Right, well, in that case, the good news it is. Huh? Sorry, it's just a lot easier to explain everything that way. Why did you ask me my preference? As you might have heard, the victim, Mr. Shamspear, was just unconscious. He's come round. Oh, great. He's still being treated by the doctors, but we've managed to get a written statement from him already. Excellent, great. Oh, thank goodness. Sorry, no. That's not on the cards. Mr. Shamspear has implicated someone as being responsible for what happened last night. Implicated? You don't mean... Sorry to say I do, yes. He's pointed the finger at you, Mr. Natsume. Ah! Why is he lying? By sweet poison did he seeketh to end my life. That wicked hatsif. Caitiff. Soseki Natsume! So, I'm afraid you'll be appearing in court as planned. You'll be wanting to make the necessary preparations. No! Don't worry, we know that we get him off because he's in the next case. Oh my god, are we gonna get to do court today? Holy shit, we are! Okay, I have to upload this. Close. Oh, those beautiful words. Trial part 1. I'm glad they realized that we don't want to play the fucking investigations for the most part. The Old Bailey. This place always makes me feel strange. I seem to get chills down my spine and break out into a nervous sweat all at the same time. Well, I didn't think I'd be back here so soon. That's my line! Good morning! Ah, good morning, Mr. Natsume. Sorry, give me a sec. Dyer is very stupid. What's the Sacred Beast card that's in Phantom Nightmare? Does anyone remember? Phantasmal Summoning Beast? It was only 2 days ago that I was declared not guilty here. Yes, I don't know how we did that. But now this, another morning, another murder, and here I am again in this hellhole. Can't keep coming to court! Alright, Mr. Let's... Whoa. Hello. Good morning? Yes, morning. So, here we are again. Yes, again. Judicial Assistant Miss Mickey Toba Esquires, what's the bad news? Oh, dear. You heard, did you? If you come in shouting at the top of your voice, people can't help hearing what you say. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, well, what is it? He died. Oh, son of a bitch. Benzeeks. No! No, 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 no. Not this guy again. I've been working on my my Van Zeek's voice. Oh God. I am glad that they're coming back to this because it was kind of crazy that they were like, no one ever escapes the Reaper of the Bailey, and then like this guy just randomly escaped the Reaper of the Bailey. Welcome, student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Yeah? I'm innocent! You have to believe me! Don't worry. I'll be your steadfast ally every step of the way in this battle. I promise. Lord Van Zeeks heard a Japanese guy would be in court and booked it to the prosecution stand. Alright, let's make it happen, Captain. That's probably for the best. You're right. Yes, you're so right. Oh, well said. He's just like so happy that Mr. Holmes is not going to be there. Well, well, well. If it isn't 3 more Nipponese. That's how he's going to start. Oh, God, this fucking guy. Oh, right. There's a fucking jury. The prosecution is ready. The defense is ready, my lord. Readiness for the trial, my learned Nipponi. He literally... 0 to racism. 1 sentence is not what the defense needs. What you need is readiness for your inevitable defeat. We know we beat him. We know we beat him. Lord Van Zeeks is racist. He's like, I think, it's not in my head, I think he is actually just racist. It was some time ago now that he first became known as the Reaper of the Bailey, I believe. These past few years, he hasn't appeared in court at all. Yet now he's back in the courtroom, though for some reason, only when I'm defending, because he's racist. This Reaper, with his curious disdain for the Japanese, is a prosecutor shrouded in mystery. Oh yeah, very mysterious, a British racist. Oh, perish the thought. I couldn't imagine such a thing. This isn't the time to be pondering that. I have to concentrate on Soseki-san's trial. Furthermore, Alright, what do we got? This fucking guy again! Wait, you were just in the other... Wait. It's the same jurors. It's the same fucking 5 guys. Oh, this one's new. I need to be somewhere at 10 o'clock. I have a very important meeting. Let's make this quick. I couldn't agree more. I need to take home 5 bob tonight, or the missus will go through the roof. This guy again. He was... Oh my fucking god. This is the same 6. Are we just not going to mention this? The prosecution would draw attention to the fact that the accused was on trial here but 2 days ago. Accordingly, where possible, the same... Oh, what the fuck? What? That is not how it works! Are you kidding me? Well, you know, he's in here again, so we brought the same people that just declared him innocent. Very well, let us commence our trial. Lord Van Zeeks, your opening statement, please. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, it is not the intent of the prosecution to cast doubt over your past decision. However, the innocent verdict afforded to this eccentric Nipponese before has had dire reference consequences. Wait, what the fuck? Why is she doing this? Did the accused repent for his wrongdoing in that affair? Far from it. Instead, he used his freedom to perpetuate a most blood-curdling crime. The attempted murder of his neighboring lodger, an innocent Englishman. To explain the circumstances of the crime, the prosecution calls its first witness to the stand. Oh, yeah. The detective... Ah! Okay. Yes, sir. Tobias Gregson, Detective Inspector at Scotland Yard's Penis Division. Soseki Natsume from the Empire of Japan. My government ordered me to come here as a student to study your language and culture. Mr. Natsume? Yes, my lord, sir. I'm quite sure I'm not mistaken that you swore an oath never to set foot in my courtroom again. I remember it as if it were yesterday. The day before, in fact, my lord. But close enough. Believe me, this is the last place I want to be. Inspector, let's hear from you first. Explain the case to the court. Right you are, sir. The incident occurred at the Garridebe household, where the defendant has lodgings. In the ground floor room of the victim, Mr. William Shamspeare. The defendant has already admitted to visiting the victim on the night in question. Mr. Shamspeare collapsed in his room as a result of poisoning by strychnine. He was found the following morning when the landlord, suspecting something was wrong, broke down the door. This means, I presume, that the door to the victim's room was locked at the time of the incident. Correct, my lord. It was locked from the inside, making entry or exit impossible. Although the victim, Mr. Shamspeare, lives to tell tale, he very nearly didn't. The man was halfway to heaven when we first found him. I was the first officer on the scene, my lord, and I have a photographic print here that I took at the time to show how it looked. Is there anything here he did not see? Well, there's a big fucking bunch of water on the ground. Very well, I shall accept this photographic print. Okay. Now then, Mr. Natsume. Yes? As the defendant, do you have anything to say at this juncture? They're haunted by evil spirits. Good gracious! My lodgings! There's been a whole series of strange happenings in my lodgings. The tenant before me died in mysterious circumstances. A woman was stabbed by no one on the street outside. My neighbor was poisoned, and me! What about me? I've nearly been killed countless times. Killed, Mr. Natsume? How? Even on that fateful night it happened. When I returned from Mr. Shamspeare's room, I lit my gas stove and climbed into bed, but before long, the stove went out, and somebody tried to kill me! You must always extinguish all fires before retiring for the night, Mr. Natsume. But it's so cold! The point is, I didn't poison my neighbor. Oh, why am I being accused of this? Why is my existence so cursed? Thank you, witnesses. I believe I have a reasonably clear picture of the events. If I could raise one more point, my lord. One more. Conclusive point. Conclusive? Go on. Fortunately, the victim, Mr. Shamspeare, has regained consciousness after his ordeal, and he has named the culprit. The poison consumed by the victim was administered in a cup of tea that he drank on the night in question. tea, my lord, that it was brought to the victim's room by the accused. The accused? Good grief! Oh, God, this is not good. Order! Yeah? Yeah? Why? Well, Mr. Natsume, what have you to say of this accusation? That evening, yes, I did take some freshly brewed tea with me when I visited Mr. Shamspeare's room as a gift. The public water pump outside always freezes at night, so I brought bottled water especially to make it. And this is the result. Never will I touch tea again. Never! The public pump was frozen. That's new. That will do, thank you. Now, according to our laws, the defense must... Okay. None whatsoever, my lord. Good. Then you will give your account of the events of the night in question to the court now. Okay. Perfect. We really do. I am always surprised that we get this shit under 1 minute. Whew. My tea was completely harmless. He couldn't have locked the door behind me otherwise, could he? Well, that's... Strychnine takes some time to have an effect on the body. People don't keel over immediately after taking it. Victim would have been perfectly able to lock the door after his guest left. The argument still stands. Fuck! Shit. That testimony does raise a crucial point, I think. Mr. Natsume claims his tea to have been harmless. Presumably, though, the teacups have been examined for traces of poison, haven't they? Oh, that's a great question, and one that I was about to ask as well. Well, as it happens, no, we haven't been able to. Really? Scotland Yard has failed to examine the suspect substance. How could you have overlooked something so important? My learned Nipponese friend is falsely incensed. Huh? The inspector said Scotland Yard was unable to examine the tea. Not that it was overlooked. What the fuck does that mean? We didn't get it in before midnight. Fuck, I'm mad. One minute short. Damn. Oh, wait. Maybe it wasn't 1 minute short. Let me see what it says. January 31st. Let's go, baby. Whew. Unable? Why? It's simple enough. There was none left. Not a drop. Someone must have been very thirsty indeed. With current scientific techniques, it's not possible to test for poison under such circumstances. We only need a drop, but that one drop does actually have to exist, funnily enough. Fuck. I don't know, wouldn't they say guilty? Come on. You got it. Okay, crossings.
Hold it!
Hold it. Were you and your neighbor good friends then? No! We weren't even friends. Not at all. Never, ever. Okay. Then why did you pay him a visit? Mr. Shamspeare fancies himself as having great literary knowledge. As a fellow scholar of English literature, we found much to talk about together. Come now, no need. Ah! Oh! And on the night in question, that was the topic of conversation as well, I presume. It was the day of my last trial when I was acquitted. I just arrived back at my lodgings. And I ran into Mr. Shamspeare outside on the street. That was around 6 o'clock. We exchanged one or two pleasantries, but it soon turned into a heated discussion. He was on his way out at the time, though, so I promised to visit his room that evening at 9 to continue our debate. But did I have ill intentions? No, not one, not two, not any. None at all. Never, ever. Simple no, what a surprise. Then tell the court what did happen when you visited the victim's room.
Hold it!
Went back at around 11. Literary debate about Shakespeare's works, I think you said. Shakespeare? Ah, very worthy topic of conversation. Oh, yes, my lord. Romeo and Juliet. Who was stronger? Who was stronger? How did the debate go? Well, we both agreed we would reach a conclusion more quickly with a reenactment. So we battled it out. Oh! Did he poison himself because he's method? What? Mr. Shamspeare had all sorts of costumes in his room for such a contest. So when you say a reenactment, you mean you were in costume? He is... Oh, wow. Holy shit. Fellas. That's right. I put on women's clothes and I topped them. It was you who prepared the tea and took it to the victim, correct? Yes. I boiled the water in my room and made a pot to take with me. I'd heard that he was too poor to have tea himself, you see. I wanted to do something nice to be friendly. So why is everybody looking at me with such suspicion? My tea was harmless. Of course it was.
Hold it!
There was not a drop of the tea left in the victim's room anywhere. That's correct. Anyone would think the fellow never had a pot of tea before. He must have licked it dry. Which is a pity. And you say you returned home to your room at 11 o'clock. Yes, definitely. By heaven and earth, I swear it. Landlord was able to verify that. As it happens, confirmed the defendant went back to his room at 11 that night. And how? Oh, God, we got to explain this. He says it was the lamps, I believe. The lamps, Inspector? Yes. There's only one key to Mr. Shamspeare's room. I know that for certain. He must have locked the door himself from inside his room. Victim has confirmed that to be the case, yes? So I'm right. My tea was harmless. If you take poison, you die. Everybody knows that. It's not that simple, I'm afraid.
Hold it!
How long does it take for symptoms to appear? 30 minutes. Oh, well, we already have a problem. Mr. Garadib said that he went to bed at 1. "30 minutes is a long time. Certainly long enough for the victim to have locked the door behind the accused after he left. All right, what do we have? Okay, there's the books. There's the map. Oh, the fucking map. The teacups. Let's check the teacups for fucking shit. Oh, that's interesting. Only one of them has a ring. I always gulp it down too. Interesting. Okay, we got nothing on this. Here's the weird bar of soap with the thing in it. Yeah. What the fuck? Huh? Was it something that... Okay, let's check out this. I mean, that's pretty interesting, right? And then this... I mean,
Hold it!
Could we get that added to the testimony so I can present the, Oh, boy. It is ridiculous. No, I think I have the thing we can press on. But you know what? Let's do a little scumming. Feels weird to present this.
Objection!
Oh, but it was right. The argument still stands, you say. I think not, Inspector. Come again? I think you'll find you've overlooked a very significant chronological inconsistency here. A chrono what? What are you on about? According to this report, the victim must have consumed the poison at around 1:30 in the morning. And yet the defendant, Mr. Natsume, left the victim's room at 11. Ah! Yes, that's right. There's more than 2 hours of missing time there. In other words, if there was poison on the tea that Mr. Natsume brought to the victim's room, how could the victim have fallen ill to it 2.5 full hours after the defendant left? The defense's argument is entirely reasonable. Oh, fucking hell. Oh, please excuse. Say it. He better say it. I gotta see it, please. Pray forgive the discourtesy if my mind has wandered. I was considering what cuisine would best complement the contents of my hallowed chalice this luncheon. Fucking throat, please. How could it have happened, you asked? Yes! I do hate to shatter illusions, but my Nipponese friend appears to be chasing a phantom idea. A phantom? Is it so hard to imagine the victim drank his tea after the accused had left? For example, at the time stated in the medical report. Yes, at around 1:30. Oh, that's a... Mr. Natsume brought the tea with him to drink together with his neighbor. In Japan, there is a well-known saying, suck that shit down while it's hot.
Objection!
Objection! And in my country, there is an even more apt saying. I hate Japanese people. That's... They Fuck, we have no idea. Well, for example, the man could have had another visitor. Another visitor. That's a very bold assertion from someone who has nothing to substantiate it. Or the victim could have taken the poison of his own volition. You suggest this may have been a suicide. Objection! Mr. Shamspeare has categorically denied suicide. The idea can and must be discounted. Oh, fuck, we're back to slapping. But he could be lying! I was listening to the sound of the carriage pulling up outside the courtroom. Pray forgive the discourtesy. Good. Good. Good, good. A poor player that struts and frets his hour upon the stage, and then is heard no more. It is a tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. They put me in the game. William Shamspeare, my lord. Alas, 'twas I, undone by these bitter events. I am the victim. What is he doing here? The prosecution seeks to call this gentleman to the stand. With his testimony, my learned friend's futile resistance will be utterly crushed. You're calling him as a witness? Very well, counsel. I'm curious to discover what the court shall hear from the victim himself. Oh my fucking god. This guy... What? Oh my god. Oh, Jesus. Oh, no. Who? Adrian B. Meterman. Adrian B. Meterman? What's the joke here? A drone B. Meterman. Stupid. I work for the Altamount Gas Company, East End branch office. Ah, yes. I'm excited to hear where we're going here. Me's a seraph. Oh, this guy is... Do you think this guy is straight? Oh, they love him. Oh, they like him a lot. They're like, oh, I love him so much. What, me? Ah, well now. Allow me to enlighten my learned friend. You recall your earlier impertinence, when you suggested the victim had another visitor to his room, and moreover that the victim is a compulsive liar. I don't remember saying that. This young chin-stroker is here to controvert your wild claims, conclusively. Is that not so, Mr. Meterman? Eh? Hang on, no. I'm just here... Damn. One may smile and be a villain. Yes, it doth pain me, but let the truth be spoken, the truth of that wintry night of my discontent. I gotta say, Van Zeek has a way with words. He is stroking his chin. And unfortunately, that is where we're going to call it for tonight. Thank you to those of you who stuck around. It is now past midnight. I got to go to bed. I will see you all Monday at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We're going to be hanging out. We're going to be watching progression. And we're going to be doing a whole lot of really fun things. Okay. Royal. Oh, Persona 3 Remake. Sorry. I know, how ridiculous. We gained viewers when we dropped Yu-Gi-Oh! Classic. Anyway, Cliche, it's weird I'm not in the MCS Discord. Is there any news on it or when the next one is? Okay, so here's what I will say about MCS. It is not financially feasible for me to run the MCS at this moment. I would like to run at least one circuit of the MCS this year. It will probably not be for at least another month. And I'm exploring options by which we could get the funding. That's what I'll say. I apologize for that. I really fucking like the MCS. And I love when it sticks around. And it sucks that we aren't getting to test Snake Eyes in it, but... You know, Uncle Sam needs his taxes from me. Wait, why is the chat gone? I see. I have the chat below Ace Attorney. That was very stupid. Can we do a remote dual MCS? Maybe. This year, the MCS will be sponsored by Crypto.com. Are we ever getting Chalice Line back? No. 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 Man, he's going crazy. I love the fucking Chalice Line, though. I miss it so much. I still have a couple field centers. Maybe we'll raffle some of the field centers off for that fundraiser stream if we get there. All right, here we go. I was outside this bloke's window in the freezing cold all night, keeping an eye on his room. No one else visited his room but that short, round-back Eastern fella. Facecam is top left. Thank you. I'm trying to remember what we did last time. It's been an entire week. Wait, what did you say? You were keeping an eye on Mr. Shamspear's room all night? That's right. Of course, the bloke's window is all but blocked up, innit? There's a little gap in the bricks where you can see into the room. So I spent the night trying to keep me teeth from chattering as I peered through that. Why did you do that? Oh, well now. That's because he's on my list. Oh? What a piece of work is a man! Wherefore wouldst thou not stare in wonderment? What the fuck what is going on here? Have you received the mats I sent yet? I don't know what that means. I don't think so. This buzzing busybody hath not a part in this play. I pray thee, pay him no heed, make no more ado about his tedious words. What'd you say about me? No, come on, what the fuck? Why? This court is concerned with what happened on the night in question. Nothing more. Indeed, that is so. And as the testimony we have just clearly heard reveals, there was no one other than the accused present at the time who could have carried out this crime. That's, like, true, but, like, I do want to know why they're being fucking strange about it. What the fuck? He says, well, this is the final testimony of the trial. We're 3 testimonies in. Don't fuck with me. I know what's going on here. Now, counsel, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination. Yes, my lord. All right, what are we working with? Do you think this guy is straight? I think he might be. The snow lay about. My neighbor did cometh in the evening, bearing a gift of tea. To be clear, by neighbor, you are referring to the defendant, Mr. Natsume. This is the straightest Ace Attorney character. Yeah, for sure. Oh, indeed, sire. Perchance thou wouldst I call him the man from upstairs? Can you please be normal? And at what point did the mustachioed Nipponese visit you in your room? 9. And we were broiled in such a literary debate as history hath not seen before. By which I presume he means Romeo or Juliet, who is stronger. I, Shamspeare, did play the part of young Romeo, whilst my neighbor played the fair Juliet. This is each of us... Oh, boy. Frailty, thy name is woman. Canst thou imagine how dismayed I was? Yes, I had heard of the eastern art of jujitsu, but... ne'er did I dream 'twould be a skill practiced by the comely maiden. Wait. Does this mean Soseki gave him the Suzato takedown? Gave him a flip? I believe the court has heard enough about your earth-shattering literary debate. Oh, cliché. I did not. Perhaps you could reiterate your statement about the tea that the accused brought to your room. My liege, I am thy servant. Gladly I would do thy bidding. But Mary, bitter was his drink, and when he left, I did fall on my prostate. Hold up. Let me stop you. Mr. Natsume left your room at 11 o'clock, but it wasn't until later that the poison... after 2 that the poison made you collapse. That amounts to more than 3 hours of missing time. Hmm? What are you doing here? Uh-oh. I did drink of the tea, not while my guest didst tarry, but after he took leave of me. Faith, 'twas stone cold, but at 1 hour post midnight, verily, were my lips parched. What the fuck? That is weird. Nay, 'tis quite ordinary. After all, thou wouldst recall our fiery debate. Amidst such argument, there'd be no time for fiery tea. Oh my god. Here we go. 'Twas the tea alone did pass my lips that late hour, and definitely not a dick. No evening meal. Fie on luxury, fie on gluttony. To eat thrice daily is but a waste of time. Sorry. I would that my belly were full no more oft than the sun doth rise. Weird. God, he is a strange man. A rodent was found starved to death in your room. Huh. Yeah, where was all the shit? Oh! Okay. This is definitely the one we need to press on. I was outside this bloke's window freezing cold all night, keeping an eye on his room. What the fuck do you mean? Why? The windows have been filled in. A historical artifact of the now defunct window tax. Yeah, you're right there. All bricked up horribly. But, as it happens, there's a little part of brickwork at the bottom corner that's been opened up. I was looking in through that gap. Yes, there were a few bricks loose, weren't there? That is true. I don't like going around poking my chin in other people's business, especially on freezing cold nights. But them's my orders, so that's what I'll keep doing, as long as there's breath in my body. Orders? Can you be like Any more specific than not at all, please? Out of interest, Mr. Okay, here we go. Mr. Meterman, after the... No, wait. He's not asking anything important, even a little. Did you see the victim leave the room at all? No. He never left. He was in that room the whole time, as far as I'm concerned. That sucks. That's like really shitty. We can therefore discount the possibility of suicide. Why? The police carried out a thorough investigation of the scene and found no receptacle for the poison. This is, a little interesting. Because there is one way they could get it out, right? Didn't we see them moving the soaps in and out? Can't argue with the logic. I guess you can't. No one else visited the room but that short, round-backed Eastern fellow. Weird way to describe it. You say short, round-backed Eastern fellow. Can't be sure it was the defendant then.
Objection!
Oh, God. Whoa. How many other short... Okay. I think there's more than 0. Of course, it's only a narrow gap, and it was quite dark, so I didn't notice the mustache. But he showed up around 9, so I'm pretty sure of myself. When the person you saw arrived, did he and Mr. Shamsphere drink tea together? No, I couldn't say. Why not? Because I couldn't see into the room that well. Could I? The pair started some sort of wrestling match. I tell you, I don't know what to make of it. This sucks. That, we didn't really get anything out of this. No one else visited the victim that night in question. No question. Gasman's honor. Huh? Oh, no. No, come on! Oh, man. What if they're like, no, they're not guilty? 2 right, we have. Are you all with me? Yay! Whoa, 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 whoa. We get to cross-X here. To be honest, I was holding out a little bit of hope for you, young man. Especially after you identified those few hours that followed the accused leaving the victim's room. Oh, yes, the 3 missing hours, as you put it. But in the end, what difference did they make? None as far as I can see. And since that's now apparent, there's really no reason to delay our decision any longer. Like I was saying before, if I don't take 5 bob home with me tonight, a missus will blow a top. What's that? Sorry, I didn't quite catch what you said. Fuck. Can you please be normal? Please don't sentence this man to death.
Guilty!
Fuck.
Guilty.
Shit.
Guilty.
balls,
Guilty.
ass,
Guilty.
penis.
Guilty.
Well, you didn't even hear anything. Yeah, we've been here before. All of you? Well. Oh, please forgive me the discourtesy of fucking my dick off. So, this time, it seems justice will be done. All's well that ends well, they say. This calls for a toast, I feel. To the guilty being punished. Ugh. Wah! Get up, Mr. Naruhodo, please. We get to do the thing. Come on. Yes, I remember. Summation examination. All right, who are we summarily examining? Okay. I'm good at these. The defense moves to invoke its right to a summation examination, my lord. Throw that fucking thing. Let's go. Here we go. Why am I not surprised at my learned Nipponese friend's inability to admit defeat? You choose to cling desperately to some archaic rule you barely comprehend instead of accepting the truth. Go fuck yourself. Yeah, okay, sorry. This is like our thing. We do it. Because they all know once the jury's mind is set, it cannot be altered. We literally just did it. We did it in the last trial the two of us had together. All right, let's go. Let's go. Come on. Okay. Thank you, my lord. Yeah, we're ready. The victim may not be well off, but he's a nobleman and straight up. There's no reason to doubt the man. There's nothing straight about that man. Well, I do declare the good gentleman has no reason to lie. In fact, I think he's rather splendid. You're barking up the wrong tree, lady. Just look at the accused by comparison. He's Japanese. Actually racist. What the fuck? Literally racist. There's no evidence to suggest the gangling actor is a fraudsman. For now, at least. Oh, I really don't care. I just need this trial to end quickly. I can't hear anything. Okay, to make this work. Okay, well, we're not going to move the racist guy. We got it. We got it. All we got to do is let them know that Mr. Shamspear sucks. I mean, how hard is it going to be to get them on the side against a theater kid? All we got to do is prove to the jury that theater kids are annoying. How hard could that possibly be? I remember how a summation examination works. No need. I'm ready. She is so cute. The key to this is really listening carefully to each juror's statement, finding two that are contradictory, and pitting the corresponding jurors against each other. All right, let's make it happen. We got those two fucking freaks behind us too. Okay, let's just press this guy on this. There are plenty of people in London who seem noble but poor. Couldn't some of them be liars? Oh, I've no doubt about it. Like that shaky. Oh my god. Look, the point is, the only thing that passed the victim's lips that night was a Japanese man's tea. When you take that, it does a very good job. Okay. Perhaps, though I don't see it happening. Well, he's just racist. I don't listen to anything. I really do not care. Okay. What do we have to show him? Unfortunately, we don't have the soap with the bite taken out of it. This is unfortunate. We really... Oh, well, hold up. He's got like a fork in this picture. This picture might be the key for this guy. Let's keep moving. Oh, shut up.
Hold it!
Are you saying you believe the man to be trustworthy because he's rather splendid? No. The man is the victim here. What reason would he have to lie? And yes, he is rather splendid. Imagine getting horny for a theater kid. Legitimately could not be me. I'm afraid he's not splendid at all.
Hold it!
It's at my P.O. box. Just kind of priced out of the game at this point. I only play locals with Bastille Horse Resonator. Well, for locals, you can play whatever. He is fishy. He's Japanese. This guy... What the fuck? What? How am I possibly going to... Oh... I don't know what I'm supposed to do with that guy. He's just racist.
Hold it!
A fraudsman? What do you mean by that? It really is the most tiresome problem for the company, huh? Okay. Who are you? I'm the wife of Augustus Altamount, owner of the Altamount Gas Company. Hold up. How interesting. Would you say that that little guy with the big chin is an employee of yours? Is there something we need to know here? Good gracious! Gas is the future of energy in this country and around the globe, but proper handling is essential. As I'm sure our employee from the East End branch office would be the first to agree. Absolutely, Lady Quimby. Gotta be used properly. Weird guy. So I'd be right in assuming the reason Mr. Meterman was watching what Mr. Shamsier is up to in his room. I'm afraid there's no end to the lengths the population of the East End will go in order to steal our grash. So I really have no choice when the company identifies someone as a potential fraudsman, but to dispatch a worker to watch the suspect day and night. That has got to be illegal. Get her up there. Mr. Shamspeare is a grubby little gas thief. Well, the eye of man hath not heard, the ear of man hath not seen. Faith, wouldst thou wound me with thy words were I to let them penetrate my skin? But seraphs hear not insults, only choirs of angel in song. We may not have evidence yet, but my workers won't stop buzzing around you until they find it. And when they do, oh, she's like a bee. You'll find yourself blasted back to your angelic heights in the Altamount gas explosion. She's gonna kill him? Okay, so he's a gas thief. Well, that's really interesting to me because that other guy said that he cared very much. I will press her. Well, then why does she think the other one is guilty? Okay, what the fuck? I didn't mean to click this. Pit. Yeah, great. These two.
Objection.
Those two statements clearly contradict each other. Good gracious. Two statements do you refer? Juror number one. I presume you've heard juror number 4's statement, made by the wife of the owner of the Altamont Gas Company. Gosh. Well, yes. The victim, who you claim to be a noble, straight-up man, in fact turns out to be gay! So the good lady says. But there's no evidence, is there? You and I both heard them say as much. It's true, we don't have evidence as such just yet. But the claims aren't baseless, you know. What? You heard me. Seeing as his operation has already been compromised, I would suggest the court hears testimony from our East End branch office employee over there. I'll do whatever you say, my lady. Gasman's honor. Okay. Juror number 1, you're a man of your word. If I could show that Mr. Shamsteer was a liar, you assured me that you would reconsider your decision. All right, okay. Me? Oh, well, yes. I don't know anything. Oh, no, I'm not having any part of this. I want this trial over and done with. Well, too bad, dumbass. Whew, okay. Ugh, all right. That's 4 jurors. 4 for not guilty. Get him running, baby. Get him running. She's so cute. All right, run it back, baby. Order in the fucking court. No, okay, yeah. We've done this dance before. Do it. Oh, do it. I know you want to do it. Yeah! You have spoilt the bouquet, Mr. Shamsteer. The ladies and gentlemen of the jury now find they are unable to trust you, the victim. But you gods will give us some fault to make us men, so God mend me, I do swear. This gas man speaketh that which concerns him most, not but gas, not but thin air. Aye, it burneth bright a while, but it hath no substance, and it doth reek foul. Oi, what you say? That's funny. He's like a worker bee. Do I take it, Mr. Shamsteer, you deny the allegations of gas thievery? Most heartily, my lord. Hast thou forgot? I am as a seraph, an angel, noble of mind, sweet of nature, and verily honest of heart. Ah, you flowery-mouthed, pompous beanpole. All right, let's go. Mr. Shamsteer, let's fucking talk about the gas. Boo! No, hey, whoa. Oh, hi, Susato. What are you... Have we seen her here before? Hello? I mean, I guess... Yeah, sure.
Objection!
Objection! I love his objection theme. I assure you, my lord, that would be a waste of the court's time. The gas and this case are unrelated. Juror number 4. Yes? Didn't you say before that although you had no hard evidence to prove this man has been stealing gas, you have strong grounds for suspecting him? That's right, we do. Don't we, worker? Absolutely, Lady Quinby. Gasman's honor. Alright, sure, whatever. I don't fucking care. If I may, my lord. Go ahead, madam. This worker's testimony may have a significant bearing on the good name of my husband's company. I should like to take the stand alongside him in a supervisory role, if you wouldn't mind. Oh, yeah! Sweet as honey! Yeah! What the fuck? Wow! Woo! He's like horny. What's going on here? You wait till the boss gives you an earful. Oh, it's gonna sting, mark my words. Okay, alright. I don't think that works that way. Clear as Altamont gas, my lady. Which is the clearest in the world. Do you think the gas has gone to his head, Miss Susato? I think the man is just a very dedicated employee, Mr. Naruhodo. Alright, what are we working on? I'm proud to be the company's East End branch investigator and meter money collection agent. Gas meters accept threepenny bits, each coin given customers about 2 hours of gorgeous gas. And yet the meter in Mr. Shakespeare's room didn't have a single coin in it. The meter doesn't appear to have been tampered with, and the collection agent has the only key. Somehow he's using all the flaming gas he wants without paying a penny. Interesting. Come on. Pray forgive the discourtesy. The irrelevance of this testimony caused me to turn to my hallowed chalice. Did the mustachioed Nipponese poison the gangling excuse for an actor, or didn't he? That is all that should concern this court. And yet now we must listen to this abhorrence. Okay, he's actually not wrong here, right? Clearly, what separates the vast British Empire and your Eastern Island nation is more than geographical distance. Jesus Christ. But this could turn out to be crucial testimony. The cross-examination must go ahead. Stop throwing shit! Do what you will. He is in a violent mood. Yes, he's very racist today. I'm proud to be the company's East End branch.
Hold it!
Okay, let's go. Well now, interesting you should bring that up, because I couldn't believe how little money was in his meter. How the pair of them survived a winter is beyond me, it really is. I think Mr. Natsume is probably just poor. Not much to say, really.
Hold it!
Latest model, the height of technology. A bit more than that, usually. They have both gas lights and a gas stove, that is. Interesting. And how does the money in the meter get back to you at the gas company? Every 3 days, we visit properties of gas supply and empty the meters of coins. Interesting.
Hold it!
Meter didn't have a single coin in it. How long has this been going on? Weeks and weeks! Interesting. Interesting. You what? You what? Yeah, I know that smile. Oh, put it, gimme. Oh, fucking gimme. Alright, let's look at that fucking thing. Alright, what's going on here? Oh! That's interesting. Here, there's a little hole. Yeah, but you can't get a coin out. That's very interesting. Anything else that's going on here? This is the machine. There's like a lock involved. That's a sturdy padlock, and the money box is sealed with beeswax. Anything else I need to look at relative to this? I think just the hole, probably. Well, I mean, I can just present on this. It has been tampered with. There's a fucking hole in it.
Objection!
Hey, there's a hole in this goddamn thing, you dumbass. What? Get away! I've been over and over that thing. I'm telling you, there's nothing wrong with it. In that case, what's going on here? You're right. You're quite right. The meters aren't supposed to have that. None of the others do. In other words, we can assume that Mr. Shamspeare opened the hole himself. I wouldn't be at all surprised, but why? Yeah, why? It's tiny. It's for his dick. You couldn't get a fart in through that. Maybe he wasn't trying to get a farthing. He was trying to do some farting. This whole court case surrounds gas, but maybe the gas he's been using is in his ass the whole time. I don't know what I'm saying. I'm just fucking talking. What I'd specifically like to know is... Ooh. I would like to know how it differentiates coins. If someone were to put in a 1 penny coin, that wouldn't work, presumably, right? No, of course not. So, how does a meter know what the coin it's been fed is a threepenny bit? Ah, I see what you're getting at now. The meter tells coins apart by their shape and size, which includes their thickness. A threepenny bit is about 3/4 of an inch in diameter, you see. Other coins just won't fit. Interesting.
Hold it!
Conversely, anything matching a 3-pence coin could equally be used. Would that be true? Well, yes, in a way. The weight comes into a certain extent as well. We've thought that through anyway. If I find any fake coins inside the coin box when I empty the meter, the contract says the customer has to pay 100 times the amount they diddled as a fine. We live for moments like that, us gasmen do. Live for a strange, weird guy. Hurrah for gas! Hurrah for cash! Out amount all the way! That's quite enough of it. Okay. 3/4 of an inch across. Is there something he could have put... I mean, there's just no way, right? This is not... There's no weight to it, yeah. What if he used a piece of soap? He would, like, put a piece of soap in, and then he would fill the coin receptacle with water, so it would come out as soapy water. Wait. This thing, yeah. The soap medallion. I guess we could show them this. Oh, it's like it's a mold. I really like this one, though. Yeah, can it be dismantled? No. That does make sense. The padlocks are made by a first-class locksmith from the finest quality steel. Okay, so there's no way to do it. Wahoo! Nothing leaks from an out-amount meter. No coins, no gas, no nothing. Wait. Wait, I want the... I want the old one.
Hold it!
Wait, what the fuck? What happened? What happened to the other one? There we go. Okay. I hate when you have to do this shit. Oh yeah, I should probably mention that I'm trying not to get backseated while playing Ace Attorney. Well, I guess we can try the mold.
Objection!
Here we go. Let me just confirm something here. If the diameter and thickness were to be correct, the meter would accept any object as if it were a threepenny bit. Is that correct? Yes, that is correct. Well, by something of a coincidence, while we were investigating in Mr. Shamspeare's room, we found a particular item that matches the dimensions. Something the same size as a threepenny. What was it? The item in question is this. That's too big. Have you been in Alien Gas? That's a bar of soap. Okay, talking about this.
Got it!
Got it! You have to turn over the soap to see what I mean. Ah! Are you referring to the round depression in the middle of the soap there? That's right, a depression that's approximately 3/4 of an inch in diameter. Or in other words, almost exactly the same size as a threepenny bit. Get away! Does anyone here present have in their possession a threepenny bit? Quickly now, hand over your coins, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks to a kind member of the public in the gallery, I have one. Now, to see if it fits. My word, it couldn't be more snug! Yes, as I suspected. This, without a doubt, is the vital clue to explain how the Altamont Gas Company is being defrauded. Well, I don't believe it! Yes! Pray forgive me the fucking discourtesy. Your assertion amounts to what? That some inferior bar of soap has a tentative connection to the theft of gas. Gas! Yes! Obviously. The depression in the soap was clearly made by a threepenny bit. I must concur, at least, that pushing a coin with some force into a poor quality bar of soap such as this is a remarkably simple way of replicating the coin's shape. And then you could use some melted wax or something to pour in a mold and make fake coins in no time. That's correct. This brings all the pieces of the puzzle together. Now, if I follow the chain of thought, it's going to bring me a new explanation for what happened that nobody's considered yet. This is all nonsense. If the man had been making fake coins, my worker would have found them when he emptied the meter. Not so. I see. That's what we're dealing with, is it? There is one form of black magic that could cause the fake coins to disappear into thin air, yes? Exactly. And the meter here gives it away. What on earth? There are remnants of the magical method visible on the gas meter taken from the victim's room. Okay. Well, I mean, this one's pretty easy. The black magic of dissolving the fucking water cycle.
Got it!
Got it! We found this bar of soap at the scene of the crime, just outside the victim's window. Outside? Yes, outside, where you yourself, Mr. Meterman, were loitering in the freezing winter air. That's where we found this soap. Ah! I get it! That's right. The answer, of course, is ice. Did you say ice? Mr. Shamspeare has been leaving soaps like this outside his window each evening filled with water. After a night outside of the bitter cold, the water is completely frozen solid. Then he takes his fake coins of ice, feeds them into the gas meter, giving him light and warmth in spades. And as his room becomes very comfortably warm, the ice is now inside the meter's coin box and melts, turning back into water and draining harmlessly away through the small hole made in the underside of the meter. That is how, without leaving any evidence of his wrongdoing, this man has been stealing Altamont gas! This is a murder trial. Is he trying to make us look like idiots? He's been fooling us with some bars of soap and some water. Yes. I don't believe it. It can't be true. Do you have any idea how much money we spent to develop that new meter? And now you have the audacity to suggest a bit of soap and water could render it useless? I'm fairly sure I didn't design it. Evidence! Sorry. I want evidence. If you're going to stand there and tell me our meters are rubbish, I want to see proof. What do you mean? I don't have evidence. What the fuck are you talking about? What do you think you are, Phoenix Wright? You can just lie your way out of this one? I don't have shit. Oh my god. A trace of something that bothered me a little at the time. Oh my fucking god. What the fuck? This is a save scum moment. I have no fucking clue. Oh, I actually do know.
Take that!
This is a photograph of the scene at the point in which the victim was discovered, taken by Inspector Gregson. And it clearly shows the remnants of the crime carried out by Mr. Shamspeare. What remnants? Ooh! Gosh! It's a water stain. Ah! If one coin gives around 2 hours of gas, and the occupant was heating his room in all of his waking hours, we can imagine he would have used around 10 fake coins a day. The melting ice inside the meter's coin box would have been dripping out almost constantly, leaving a stain on the floor. It's crazy he didn't put towels down. This is awful. And there's further evidence, too. No, there is. Stop! Mr. Shamspeare is slumped over his table, having consumed strychnine. And right there next to him is a bar of soap, broken in half. You're right. He was eating the soap, was he? No, you fucking dumb idiot. Certainly not. In truth, Mr. Shamspeare was found with a fork in his hand. He was trying to... No, he was trying to break the soap up. You mean to say he was using that fork to... Yes. To extract a frozen coin from the bar of soap. Oh, never mind. That works too. But the bar broke in half. So perhaps it didn't go very well. Pray forgive me. Lord Van Zeeks! I love that Suzato is in these reaction shots now. I was throwing my hand up in despair, and happened to catch my hallowed bottle on the way. Pray forgive my maladroit mistake. What is the meaning of this, counsel? Allow me to pose my learned friend a question. What the fuck does this have to do with... that he was stealing gas? That's not really how it works, no? Very well, let us assume the man is a liar. Now allow me to pose another question. What possible difference does that make? We know that suicide can be discounted. Scotland Yard's investigation revealed no sign of another vessel that contained poison. This guy is such an asshole, and on the night in question, there were no visitors to the room except the accused. The young gas man's testimony, which we have no reason to doubt, has confirmed that. Furthermore, the only possible way the poison could have entered the victim's body is via the MBT. The court has seen no evidence whatsoever that suggests otherwise. Fuck off. God damn, he's annoying. I don't know what I'm going to do about this. I mean, that is... he is kind of spitting is the problem. In light of these facts, the prosecution calls for immediate adjudication. Oh, yeah, like that's going to work. Order in my fucking court. How does the defense respond? No? We're like in the middle of establishing relevance. Come on, let us get there. Yeah, I'm up. We're making it. What was the point of that cross-X? Yeah, well. I mean, let's fucking raise an objection. Sure, why not? No, this is not over. The defense will not rest. What? But counsel, you've explained everything. You've identified and substantiated the unscrupulous method employed by Mr. Shamspeare to consume gas. What more is there to discuss? Lord Van Zeeks just highlighted 3 facts in order to make his point. But contrary to what he would have the court believe, not all of them have been objectively established. What are you trying to say, my Nipponese friend? At least one is an assumption made due to a lack of evidence. Got him. The situation has changed now following cross-examination of latest witness to take the stand. What the fuck is he talking about? He's talking over me, too. If they make me pick something, I'm gonna shit my pants. Ah! Okay. I have no clue. I really do not know. Okay, so was someone else responsible? What does that mean? I have no idea what that means. It could mean literally anything. Was someone else responsible for what? This is like the suicide question. I don't think it's was there another visitor. I like was the poison in the tea. This one's nice. We've all been led to believe that the strychnine poison that afflicted Mr. Shamspeare was in the tea brought to him by Mr. Natsume, but that's conjecture at best. Objection! The victim has testified that nothing else passed his lips that night. There was no other possibility. Well, guess what, asshole? We just had him up here and he lied to you.
Objection!
As I said, the situation has changed. Some of Mr. Natsume's tea was left at the scene, and a particular piece of evidence proves it. Son of a bitch, dude! Well, he's just a ludicrous claim. Scotland Yard detectives investigated the scene exhaustively. What evidence are you suggesting they missed? Jesus Christ, I have no fucking clue. I literally... Nature of the defendant's tea. It's not helpful. I mean, what did they not get to see? The gas meter. But the gas... Fucking hell, dog. I really am lost. It's got to be the gas meter because they checked everything else. The nature of the defendant's tea. This, maybe? I don't know. Ugh. I mean, the only thing they didn't look at was the gas meter. I guess I could just run it.
Take that!
Okay, let's actually think about it. Instead of just pressing buttons. Okay. Fucking... this...
Take that!
No! The nature of the defendant's tea. What the fuck? The soap? No.
Take that!
What the fuck? Okay, I think I know what it is, but it's like so stupid that I don't want to reveal it.
Take that!
Okay, I clearly don't know what it is. Okay, let's think. Let's think. Let's do a little thinking, huh? So it's not gas meter. It's not this. It's not this. It's not this. It's not this. So it's got to be one of these three. Torn off end of envelope. But what could this fucking tell us about the nature of the tea? It's just a fucking piece of envelope. We have the cups. Did we miss something when examining the cups? No, no. No, no. No. The map. What could the map prove? Or the books. What evidence from that can tell us the nature of the tea? What the fuck? I'm so lost.
Take that!
Yeah, of course not. Is it the envelope? But I don't know what the envelope does.
Take that!
What the fuck?
Take that!
Wait, what? That's everything! Oh, then it's the badge.
Take that!
I presented everything! I must have missed something. But what could I have missed? You haven't?
Take that!
We did the teacups. Did the autopsy. We did the crime scene photograph. We did the bar of soap.
Take that!
Did we do the bar of soap? Oh! We didn't. What the fuck? What? What's... There was a red one in there. Yeah. They were red. No. You mean... That's right. It's obvious to me now. The fake coins were made from frozen tea? Why? I would remind the court of a statement made by Mr. Natsume earlier in this trial. That evening, yes, I did take some freshly brewed tea with me when I visited Mr. Shamsphere's room. Public water... Oh, okay. I believe there had been a snowfall that day. On such occasions, the poorly constructed water mains in the East End are prone to freezing. So on the night in question, Mr. Shamsphere, having no running water to use, was forced to use the tea brought by Mr. Natsume in order to make the fake coins. There were 2 bars of soap on the window ledge when my judicial assistant and I investigated the scene. That's right, we borrowed one of them, which means that even as we speak, some of the defendant's tea is still present at the scene of the crime, frozen solid in a bar of soap outside Mr. Shamspeare's window. Earlier today, Inspector Gregson informed the court that even if 1 drop of the tea remained, Scotland Yard would be able to analyze it for poison. As such, we are now in a position to prove or disprove that which has now been mere conjecture by finding out for sure whether Mr. Natsume's tea contained strychnine. Ugh! You smug Nipponese! My lord, we cannot do the defendant the injustice of passing judgment now. The police should be dispatched to recover the remaining bar of soap from the scene at once, and the defense requests thorough analysis of the frozen tea embedded in to determine whether or not it contains any poison. Okay. All right, go. Jesus Christ. This is a hell of a case, huh? Oh my god, there's a second investigation? Oh, this has been so good about not doing multiple day investigations. Alright, see ya. We're back to the 3-day trials. Yeah. Joy. That was like the best part of getting to the Ace Attorney shit was, or the later Ace Attorneys, is we didn't have to do that shit. Whew, made it back in one piece! To be perfectly honest, I thought we were finished there for a while. Me too. Oh. A shovel. We should put this spade away somewhere. That's not a spade, it's a shovel. Oh, okay. No, shovels are for digging. He like leans in. You're so right. We mustn't quarrel over such trifles. Unfortunately, the stepladder bit is just more funny. Listen, I like Susato. She's no Maya. Okay. Okay. Let's move. Oh yeah, this is Susato's room. It's my bedroom. Shall I help you unpack your things? No, thank you. No. A young maiden's private chamber is a place of bittersweet secrets, you know. I want them to get together, but I think she's gonna end up with Ray Membami. Yeah, I guess let's go here. Hello. Hello, Iris. You're in fine spirits. I am! You flatter me. it smells like shit. Oh, good. We've been in court. Oh, for Mr. Mustache's case. That was today, wasn't it? Yes. I'm sure I mentioned it only yesterday, Mr. Holmes. I'm sure you think you did. Oh, well, we can laugh about it now. So tell me, how did the trial go? Reasonably well so far. We've managed to escape without a guilty verdict, at least. Really? I would have liked to have seen it. And I must pass the time of day with Mr. Reaper again. It's been too long. It's been like a week. Naturally. There's not a person in the world who doesn't know my name, Mr. Naruhodo. Not quite what I asked, but still. Mr. Holmes, whatever is that odor? Ah, indeed. That's the scent of victory, my dear fellows. Victory in science. Oh, dear. All right, what's going on? I guess I have to talk to him. What is going on? Well, most probably this, I would say. What the fuck is this? Oh! Well, gee, that sounds helpful. It turns black. And disgusting. Okay, well, I mean, this is going to help us out a great deal. The Sherlock-Holmes method. The fuck, we have to learn about forensic science? There are others in that field already, and I abhor the company of inferior minds. No, what I am researching is skin prints. What? A nomenclature. Oh, good. Another chemical. Okay. What about Van Zeek's? The Reaper of the Bailey. That is true. But vanish how? By falling under a passing carriage, drowning in the Thames, or succumbing to a sudden fever. Or quite out of the blue, being set upon by highwaymen. There are numerous routes to one's final terminus, my dear fellow. Well, on the bright side, Mr. Mustache is fighting fit, for the time being at least. It's not reassuring. If the rumors are true, though, the obvious conclusion would surely be that those acquitted are, well, by Lord Van Zeek's own hand. As it happens, Miss Susato, that is quite impossible. Oh? Why? Naturally, the man very quickly came under such suspicion. However, whenever these incidents occurred, the Reaper always had a cast-iron alibi. Really? And so his reign continued. 5 years ago, he vanished from the courts, never to appear as a prosecutor again. That is, until you arrived in the country, Mr. Naruhodo. And here you are, facing Mr. Reaper again. He's racist! With Mr. Natsume, who I'm currently defending, being Japanese, as well as Miss Susato and myself, I felt it even more keenly in court today. For some reason, Lord Van Ziek seems to have an inherent disdain of the Japanese. Indeed. It is an interesting observation. Do you know something about it? It was about 10 years ago that Baron Van Zieks chose to enter the legal profession. However, before that time, the young man's closest companion hailed from the Empire of Japan. He was gay married to a Japanese man! What the? Tell us more, Mr. Holmes. What happened? I believe I've made it clear before. I'm unable to tell you anything about the affair. Oh, but... The veil will be lifted on the events of the past in due course, I have no doubt. For now, however, it is Mr. Mustache who is most deserving of your attention, I believe. I guess so. See you later. You said we'd witness your forensic talents in action. Ah, yes, I do recall saying something along those lines, but you go on ahead. I shall be sure to follow you later, in all likelihood. Probably, maybe. Well, I might. Your commitment astounds me. Oh, thank you, Mr. Holmes. We'll eagerly await your arrival. Bye-bye. Okay, bye-bye. I didn't talk to her, so I should talk to her. Allegedly. Oh, good. We get to go visit him at the hospital. The poison surely wasn't in the tea, but if that's the case, how did the poison get into Mr. Shamspeare's body? Alright, we'll go to the scene. Let's talk about Kazuma. The best friend I ever had, and a lawyer with such promise. He saved my bacon in that horrible incident just before we left Japan. Oh. God. Why go to these lengths? It's been on my mind ever since we got through the trial. You really ought to go into law. Be a defense lawyer. You've got a natural talent for it. Believe me, I guarantee it. But I've never even thought about becoming a lawyer. Well, I can't force you, obviously. You'll have to decide for yourself. But London is the cultural capital of the world, the city at the forefront of everything. It can't hurt for you to see it with your own eyes. No, that's true. Well, we'll never know what he was going to say. Interesting. His true intentions. To get gay married to me. I mean this. His katana? I never expected to inherit this sword after Kazuma passed away. No, I know. It's because I asked you to take it. When I have it by my side in court, it gives me courage. Actually, the night before he died, he told me a little about the sword. Karuma. Ooh. That's right. It's a prized sword that's been passed down through generations of the Asogi clan. A Japanese man's sword is his soul, Ryunosuke. I can't be parted from my katana. Karuma guides me. I truly believe that. So its name compels its wielder to slice evil in two? Not that you would need much compelling. Karuma is the name for Von Karma in the Japanese version. Oh! There's something very important I have to do in Great Britain. Something you have to do? Yes. I'd appreciate you seeing it through with me. Of course. Do we get to know what it is? I guess that's everything. Let's go to Mr. Shamspear's room. Hey, Greg. Oh, yes, me. Mr. Gregson. We're gonna have a look around. Yeah, I noticed, Skull. Oh, great. The soap. Did you find it with the tea in it? Yeah, we found it all right, and there was a small amount of tea in it. Great. It's with the identification section at the yard now. They're looking into it. Results should be available later today. Great. Fantastic fucking news. Thank you. You alright, dude? Pretty impressive performance in court this morning. Sorry? Nothing. Forget it. Just making sure you don't disturb anything in here. Whoa, hey. Oh! Another piece of the envelope? It's the same envelope? What's up, Sholmes? Sholmes, what's going on? What a question indeed! Was it not your good self who asked me to attend the scene? Oi! What are you doing here, Sholmes? What are you up to over there? What are you doing here? Dear me, once a great detective, one is always under scrutiny, it seems. Is now the time, Mr. Sholmes? Are you about to show us your forensic talents in action as you promised? With greatest of pleasure, my dear madam. Oh. Oh my god, he's gonna shoot me. Moments ago, I took a sample from the teacup that was used by the victim. A sample? Each individual leaves microscopic secretions on everything he or she touches. A sample of those secretions is all I need to produce this, a refined indicator solution. By liberally spraying the room with this chemical, everything the victim touched is instantly revealed with the aid of these goggles. Here, try them on. Okay. How did you have to do this on the DS? Oh wait, this isn't the DS game, is it? It's the Switch game? Oh, I'm going crazy with this shit. I'm going brazy with this shit. Oh, okay, well, we would have expected that, right? Yeah. Uh-huh. He had him up against the wall! A great many indeed. So much so that it's hard to make any one individual print, in fact. It sends a chill down my spine. He was hands pressed against the wall. He was leaning against the wall while he admired this picture. Perhaps. It's not a mystery to me, baby. I know exactly what's going on. Alright, I feel like that's everything, right? I thought that was everything. What the fuck? Is there something else I need to do? What the fuck? So there is more, I just can't find it.
That was wrong.
I think it's on the floor. Oh my god. Ah, this is where they were. He had him on the ground. Okay. Phew. Okay, that was really stupid. I didn't like that at all. Oh! It's got one of those video game pieces of wood. Oh, hello, Susato. What do we have in here? Oi, what are you doing? Stand aside right this minute. It's my job to investigate here. No need, Inspector. You continue to dig into your portion of chips whilst we dig around under the floor here. Your fancy talks put me off me food anyway, Holmes. A new bit of evidence is exactly what I need. Oh, yeah. Yeah, let's go check out the wall. We got Susato doing this up here. Be careful, that's where he was taking the back shots. I'm disappointed. I mean, I can think of one reason. Click. A print for you. Thanks. I'm desperate to know! Gregson, what's going on? Hey, talk to me, Greg. Oh my fucking god. Talk to me. Please, I need to know. Oh. It's been too long. What is it, Holmes? I thought perhaps you might show me what you found there, seeing as we're such good friends. We're not friends. I suppose not. A dismal failure! Yes, I heard. Kill to know what was under that floorboard. Oh, he's gone. Alright, then, fair's fair. You did discover the hiding places, oh? I suppose I should fill you in. You're gonna fill me in? Let me go over to the wall! Do it quickly! If there's one thing I know about this man, he blows with the wind! Oi, stop making me out to be some kind of nut! Oh my god. There were 3 items. A newspaper clipping, a photographic print, and a tin box. Tell me about all of them, please. It's a convict who got sick and died while serving time up in Manchester. Selden. Well, let's talk about the other 2 items. So, this is the photograph I found. Looks recent to me. Huh? Who's that asshole? No shot it's one of the that one of the jurors, is it? A dismal failure. Huh. That's it? Fucking hell. Cat! Cat! Hello. Hello, cat? What the fuck? What are you doing back there? That's cute. Wagga high. Aww. Meow. Oh. Oh, cat. Hi, cat. Do you have something to tell us? Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah. I mean, it was kind of weird how he just came out of the back there. Should probably go to the Garradibs and ask them about that. Which is what we will do first thing on Wednesday. Sorry, but it's time for me to go. Thank you all for sticking around. I really appreciate it. I am going to be heading out now. I'm going to throw you over to someone else. Let's see who is streaming. Who do we have?
That was wrong.
Will you be my Valentine? Yes. Mr. Garradeb appears to be out. Huh. Oh well. That's unfortunate because we really need to talk to him. What's the fundraiser? Oh, I don't know if we if it's pinned right now, but it's see if I can find it. It's like my most recent tweet, I think. The name of the fundraiser is Help Evacuate My Family from Gaza. A colleague of Jillian's entire family is currently trapped in the evacuation zone, and they've been raising money over the course of the week to get them out, and it's almost there. But we will help them get the rest of the way if they're not there by Sunday. Hey, Mr. Natsume. You okay? Oh. Oh. He's trying to escape from reality. Trying to. He has. Completely. That's the title of his book, Pog. There's so many Soseki Natsume points where he's just like, he said the thing! Yay! Holy fuck!
Wizard Buddy Gang. We love casting spells.
And 54 Lionheart, thank you for the 20 gifties. I appreciate it. You can get one dodge in chat. As simple as that. Mr. Naruhodo, he hasn't fully thought out his new identity yet. Maybe it's not too late to bring him back to reality. Do you think you could open your eyes for us, Mr. Natsume? Nope. Okay. We got him. I am not a cat. It worked! But what's going to become of me? Don't answer that! It's obvious! My accursed soul is never going to escape this accursed fate! Mr. Natsume, no! This morning's proceedings in court prove that there's hope. Yes, yes! Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire was brilliant, but the Reaper is omnipresent! In court, my lodgings, here, there, everywhere! Okay. I think perhaps there are some things we should discuss. Oh, yes, we must. So, I mean, just by virtue of being a historical figure, we know that he escapes the Reaper. It's just a question of how. In my whole life, have I ever been so moved as I was today? No! Of course, if I cast my mind back, there were perhaps one or two other occasions that moved me more. But if I just blocked those out, then today, being in that courtroom was... It was the most moving experience of my life, Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire! You're too kind. Scotland Yard found the remaining tea, just as we deduced, and are analyzing it as we speak. There's nothing wrong with that tea. They won't find a drop of poison in it. That's a solemn, sworn, Soseki certainty. Kind of pushing it on the C there. Do you both drink the tea at the same time that night? Oh, yes. That's interesting. That I did not know. It also doesn't rankle with the teacups we found. That rotten Shamspear. What have I ever done to him? You don't recall him taking issue with you over anything you've done recently? Oh, I've been holed up in my room immersed in books. I don't recall anything. Anything at all! This is useless. Why he didn't let me know sooner? About the soap. What else? Oh. Are you struggling with such a meager stipend? Of course I am! If I had money, I would have chosen to live in a cursed existence in such accursed lodgings! Oh yes, it's because the place is cursed that it's so cheap. Exactly! Especially the room that I rent. Okay. Who used to be in there? Oh, he's not even going to talk about it. Okay, let's go check something else. Garrideb's not home. I guess we could go to Briar Road. I don't know why we would. Oh, something's going on. No, it's not. Oh, okay. Care to explain this? Apparently not. Care to explain this? Care to explain the soap you asked me to bring you? Mr. Natsume, what do you know about this? Ah, there it is! That lathery lowlife took my neighbor's life and sent me sliding to the depths of despair. Slippery, sickly, psychotic saboteur! You've really gone off soap, haven't you? Absolutely. And I've made up my mind. The next time someone gives me soap as a present, it's friendship finished firmly forever! Okay. What do you mean by that? Do you know who this asshole is? Okay, he doesn't. Is this the guy? The capital offender? It is! Ah, so he knew, did he? About this man, Selden. A convicted killer and the evil spirit behind the curse that afflicts my lodgings. Oh! He's already taken one young man's life, and now he's trying to take the life of another! Mr. Natsume, if you know something, you must tell us. The truth is, I didn't know the details myself until very recently. Oh. That's right, yes, exactly where I live now, in my very room. Your room was occupied by a criminal found guilty of a capital offense? But before his sentence could be carried out, he died in prison. And that's when it started. The cock! What really is this curse you keep mentioning, Mr. Natsume? It's already caused one death. A few months after the criminal passed away in prison, a man died in the room. The man who rented it after Selden, in fact. The poor lodger, he was found dead in mysterious circumstances. Locked room mystery. The convict's curse. That was the start of it. There's more? Do you have any idea how the lodger before he passed away, Mr. Natsume? The official cause of death was asphyxia. The room was full of gas. Gas? I only found that out after I'd signed the lease. When Mr. Garrett came to tell me later, I couldn't stop myself trembling. I mean, is it possible that Mr. Shamspeare was overtaken by gas? Landlord's lease, luckily legal! And now you believe this curse is affecting you. It is, it is. At first, I just felt as though I was being watched all the time. And then you talked about having nightmares. The dead are trying to take me with them. This could be like that Reddit post about the woman who had the gas leak next to her bed. Just when I'm struggling to breathe, I wake up, and the room is as cold as ice! But why is your room so cold? London winters are too cold to bear without any heating on overnight. But for some reason, even though I light the stove before I climb into bed, the pilot light always goes out and the room fills with gas. But that's terrible. We need to go talk to Mr. Garrideb and maybe kill him. We need to report Mr. Garrideb to the Landlords Association. Well, well, well. Where the fuck... There he is. Ah, good. Alright, bally business it is for me, you know? Getting out and about. Were you at the Old Bailey by any chance? Naturally. Fate of my lodgings hanging in the balance and all that. Not a trial to miss. Of course, the place has caused quite a stir around the capital on more than one occasion already. As the old haunted lodgings or some such. Makes you wonder what the blazes is going on, don't you know? Yeah. Oh, good! Hello? Stopped off at the prison on the way home, in fact. Beastly business. What brings you to my haunted abode today, eh? Your lodgings, dummy? Some fishy fellow from the Far East and a failed actor chap of questionable character, eh? Yes, the house does seem to have become something of a magnet for rum fellows of late. Thanks to that bally curse. The convict's curse? Ah, heard the stories, have you? Rotten scoundrel was arrested here, and the next chap in the room goes and keels over. Then there was that woman who dropped dead just outside the street, not to mention the actor yesterday. Am I next, eh? Well, can't help but get the collywobbles, can you? I feel like maybe you as a landlord need to repair your gas line. She's alive. Yes, well, so is that blasted convict's curse, it seems. Personally, I should be quite content with such lodgings. A bath, a toilet, a fireplace, a fascinating history. Why, it sounds like the lap of luxury. Shut up, you live in a nice house. Well, there's no bath or toilet included, and no fireplace either. Well, okay, fuck you. I think you've had your mishap already, sir. Oh, boy. Heaven forgive me. The words just came to my lips. I'd like to come to his lips. Folks! Some fishy fellow from the Far East in a failing... Click the wrong one. Huh farming? This is not remotely a huh. That was the same... Wait, that was the same sequence. But it was the other question. That convict chap, Selden, passed away in the clink 3 months ago now, you see. Some malady or another. It was the same, because if it wasn't, I wouldn't have been able to speed through it. Yes, we've seen the report from the newspaper at the time. Well, it was only 3 days later the tragedian showed his face, the actor fellow. Yes, I remember it quite distinctly. 'Tis small this world we inhabit. Prithee, landlord, hear my request. I, the humble Shamspear, do desire to take thy room in the middle floor offered erewhile for rent. No. Already have a lodger in the middle floor. Ground floor room's vacant, though. Nothing can be made out of nothing. Let me repeat mine will unto thee. Those curls must be muffling your ears. The room on the middle floor is taken. Ground floor or nothing. Very well, we have an accord. Lo, a Shamspear dance to celebrate. What a weird guy. He was thieving gas. And he was 3 months in arrears with the rent, too. And the fellow was a bally player, all right. Thank you for your candor, Mr. Garadeb. We are most grateful. Allow me to say 1 or 2 words. Give me my robe, put on my crown. I have immortal longings in me. What's happened to you? Shakespeare, my dear fellow! One of his most famous lines. I wish to divulge my own learning of the subject, for I have a turn for literature too, you know. Perhaps you could turn your attention to more apt lines, then? Okay, let's redo this. Mr. Natsume is in no way fishy. He is undeniably peculiar, however. Is it right that he took the vacancy immediately after the previous tenant passed away? Yes, that's right. I asked the estate agent to find someone and he popped in the very same day. Never come across a chap so keen for a place with a background, as it were. I don't think it was the room's background he was keen on, as the cheap rent. So, how long has Mr. Shamspear been lodging under your roof? That failed actor chap? Let me see. 3 months now. And to what do you owe your certainty in that regard? Well, it was that Selden scoundrel, as it happens. Selden? What do you know about this fucking thing? Ah, fuck. Oh, wait. We have to ask him about this weird picture. Who's this? He was a lodger here once. Duncan Ross was his name. Duncan Ross. Interesting. Was he by any chance the lodger before Mr. Natsume? Yes, that's right. Ah, the young gentleman who died in the room in mysterious circumstances. Just what Mr. Mustache was waiting for, one might say. Yes, young Duncan lived in the room at the top of the first flight of stairs before that Japanese chap. Would you mind telling us a little more about him? Yes, Duncan Ross. Young chap was attending art school. Hard to work to pay for it, mind. Moved in the middle floor about a year ago, after that criminal Selden was arrested. Young students are always on the hunt for rooms with a history behind them. History of cheap rent, maybe. Yes, well, anyway. It was one morning about a month ago now. I hadn't quite worked out the old trick of watching the gas lamps to see what my lodgers are up to at the time. So sadly, I was rather tardy to discover that what had happened. Smell of gas that alerted me it was. Ah yes, synonymous with the smell of death. Called the police straight away, of course, and the officer kicked the door off its hinges. Once we got inside, we all bally collapsed. Because of the gas? Yes, room was full of it, no air at all. Stove must have gone out while the poor chap was sleeping in his bed. He suffocated. Of course, the police gave me a sound ticking off because the gas pipes were so old and all that. Can't tell you how much it set me back to have the lot replaced. Okay, so they're not still old. That's the bally curse! This is very interesting. We're getting a lot of good information from this freak. The night before the young chap perished, she'd been writing a letter. A love letter. Oh, do we have it? Dear darling, I'm gay. To my most beautiful and charming sweetheart. Happy Valentine's Day. My dear Miss Susato, that's precisely why I preface my reading if you'll excuse me. I will not excuse you, Mr. Holmes. No, she is so stinking cute. Sadly, he didn't address it, though. So no means of delivering the thing. Rather sad, really. Huh. However, there is a name attributed to the sweetheart. Mr. Holmes. Oh! What the fuck is going on here? This is the most number of coincidences we've ever had. Get my ass back in court. Alright, see ya. Oh, hey, Olive. What the fuck is she doing? She's drinking something. Olive. One moment. I'll be with you in a jiffy. Oh, hello, everyone. What are you doing here? The doctor has said I can be discharged, so I'm just getting my things together. Miss Green, what were you just doing? Oh, nothing, really. I was just about to take some medicine, that's all. Can we talk to you? I don't have anything to tell you. Can we look at the fucking thing behind her? What's this? Why can she read minds? That shit is crazy. This is the bottle. Looked preoccupied. Bitter medicine. That's not what you're supposed to do. Oh, I just got a spoiler in the form of a Steam achievement. God damn it. It's wonderful news you're going to be discharged, Miss Green. Oh, yes. I mean, thank you. Once people are better, the hospital staff don't want them lingering and wasting space. Not people like me, anyway. So I don't think I should keep anyone waiting. I like the rat. Well, I mean, I know what'll get her talking. Talk to me about your dead boyfriend. Got her. Ugh. She died! I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to startle you like that. No, it's all right. How do you know about Duncan? We have a letter of his. It was the art school. That's where I met Duncan a year ago now. He was working to fund his studies and dreamt of becoming a professional artist one day. Yes, that's right. We were very much in love. We were engaged to be married, actually. Then he decided to move into a cheaper room. It's like, this is annoying ass voice. I'm so sorry. Well, it's all in the past now. Okay. Well, see you, Miss Green. I do hope you won't think I'm being rude. Okay, see. Oh! Hey. Surely you were not about to leave. That's quite out of the question. What? But of course I was, my dear fellow. watching intently from the shadows as always. Okay. Mr. Holmes, what's going on here? Something which occurs to me with some regularity, Miss Susato, is this. Why do detectives insist on such an ex post facto modus operandi? Why solve a case after it's happened instead of preventing a case before it happens? What? There is a case waiting to happen under our very noses, Mr. Naruhodo. So let us avert disaster. Prevent this case from ever happening with nothing but careful observation. Gay, 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 gay. Oh, I have to do it. Oh, that was poisoned. That's the bottle. I see you've come to appreciate the true nature of this scene. That of a tragedy about to take place. Yeah, I think it's falling into place. I was gonna fucking kill myself. Oh, maybe she didn't know. Miss Green, were you intending to go the same way as the rodent? Take your own life? No! Let's check the letter. Read the letter. Okay, we'll ask her about it. Suicide. Actually, in a way, I feel like a weight has been lifted. How did you acquire that medicine? Well, with this being a hospital, he always leaves the medicine cabinet open for a while, so I snuck out while he wasn't looking. It conspicuously lacks a label. I wonder what it contains. I'm afraid I don't really know, but I thought if I drank it, it might just kill me. Okay. That poor little mouse. I feel really bad for the mouse. Oh no, it's all my fault. What have I done? I'm taking it. No, you can have it. Talk to us about the card. Oh, you guys can't see it because I'm here, but it's got a chunk cut out of it. I have information. Ooh. Come to the Slug and Salad on Briar Road at 5 p.m. on the 17th. Whoa! That's when she got stabbed! The 17th of this month. That's the day you were stabbed. And at 5 is the time when the incident occurred. Slug and Salad, a pub on the northern corner of Briar Road. I'm sure you've guessed. Interesting. I think I really will. Okay, bye-bye. Miss Green, please don't fucking kill yourself. That's really what she said. Okay, I won't. That gay detective took my poison. Oh, I hope so, Miss Green. Well, it would appear we've reached the end of the investigative trail for today. Yes. And Mr. Naruhodo, did you discover anything that might be of use to you in court tomorrow? Oh, yes. Indeed. Oh, I know they're not going to find strychnine. But we know that he does escape. London, the world's most prosperous city, home to 6 quadrillion people. Tomorrow will be a new dawn for all of us. And regrettably, I have to call it here. I'm so sorry, folks. I know. It's too good of a stopping point. Yeah, he hates us. No, we'll figure this out. It sucks having to play this in pieces. The game is just so goddamn long. We're not even. It's the second case. I feel like we've played like 8 hours of the second case. Oh my god. Okay, well, I gotta head out. I gotta do some homework. I gotta say hi to my wife. Thank you all so much for sticking around. I really appreciate it. I'm going to be back Monday, 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, provided in the next 3 days this GoFundMe is able to get an additional £10,000. If not, we'll be going live Sunday. And we will be doing a 24-hour or as long as it takes in order to see if we can't raise some money for that. I'm gonna be throwing you over. Yeah, GAA will be part of that stream if it happens. I don't know. I think we'll play 2 out the way we've been playing it, like alternating games. But for 3, 4, and 5, I do want to figure out a way to do them. I would like to like potentially play them in one sitting. I think that after like sometime in April, I'd like to do a 24-hour stream just because I would like to. I feel like I always want to do one around my birthday, but that's just not a very good time for me. But we'll figure something out. Everybody, everyone doing good here? This is it then, Mr. Naruhodo. Yeah, it's time to put an end to this now. To the miserable curse that has been plaguing Mr. Natsume. To everything! And in my own small way, I shall do everything I can to help you. I always appreciate your help, Miss Susato. Suffering Soseki selfishly sidelined! Okay, sorry. We thought you were just kind of fucking out of it. Good morning. Good morning! Good morning, Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire! Listen to you two, chatting away happily as if the main player of today's trial isn't here! Why would you do that? Why? Oh dear, we didn't mean to cause offense, Mr. Natsume. I thought perhaps that because you had your eyes shut so tightly you were meditating, finding inner calm. It seemed wrong to disturb you. I was waiting! What's the matter, Mr. Natsume? You seem different somehow today. Why, naturally. That's because I've attained spiritual enlightenment. The path of literature, you see, is a journey to discover one's own death. Or such like. That's the sort of morning conversation I was hoping for. That's why I had my eyes shut. I missed the signs, I'm afraid. Somehow. And you mustn't talk of your path leading you to death, Mr. Natsume. That was just an example! Oh, yes, there it is. Inner calm. You barely came to see me at all yesterday. I was sure you'd abandon me and return to our beautiful long-lost homeland. We've not even been in Great Britain a week yet. Oh my god, I forgot that, yeah. Yes, well, anyway. I intend to set everything straight in court today. I'm determined to uncover the truth. I've actually reached an important decision myself. Oh? What sort of decision? I shall fill you in after the trial. All right. It would seem Mr. Holmes isn't coming today after all. I believe that he will. It's a very clever message, I think. My dear fellows, you must win this battle on your own merits. It's a very clear message, I think, that he's overslept. The great detective? My arch nemesis. Long may he stay away, if you ask me. Defendant and your legal representative. The trial is about to begin. Make your way into the courtroom immediately. All right, here we go, chat. Let's go beat up a European. My God, it's just like being on Twitter earlier today. Today, once again, we face the Reaper. And when the Reaper stands for the prosecution, the defendant's fate is sealed. But I don't believe in that legend any more than I believe in Soseki-san's curse. The truth is hidden here somewhere, and I won't let it escape me. I have to keep believing in my client and keep fighting to the very end. That is all. Ooh, we got a rare emote in chat. Holy. I've been saying holy a lot. I don't know who put me on that shit. I've been really going off. Oh, fucking, I forgot about the jury. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court in session. I call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is ready? Yes, the defense is ready. Very good. And now I call upon the 6 ladies and gentlemen of the jury. It's the same fucking people. Absolutely. Justice will be done. You mark my words. I'm a woman. Well, I wonder if you could just adjust my app for me. And please be as ruthless as you like. Thieves deserve to die, if you ask me. Especially grass thieves. I've no sympathy for the man at all. Well, it's good she's in our corner. I mean, she's a fucking psychopath, but I'll take it. I'm going back to work. Oh, I'm an old man. That's what he says. Now, Lord Van Zeeks, what can you tell us? Oh, yes, the tea. Oh, thank God. All right, chat, get ready. I better see it. Before the prosecution delivers the black news about the black tea belonging to the blackguard in the dock, pray, allow me a moment to savor a liquid of a more sanguine hue. In fact, I'll defer to the good detective for the report. Here's to you, Inspector. Yes, sir? Thank you, sir. As indicated by the defense... Oh, I do not have it today. We found a... I just can't get it. A bar of soap just outside the victim's window in the snow. And there was indeed a frozen reddish liquid in a little depression on the top of it. Yeah, that's the tea. That's the tea? Here's the motherfucking tea. That's what Mr. Natsume brought with him that night. Well, the brains at the yard analyzed it, and yes, you're right, it was tea. And there wasn't a oh, fuck! In other words, the tea that the defendant brought with him to the victim's room is innocent. It's in the clear. Okay. No, that's good. Yes, of course. As I suspected. This makes it quite clear. The defendant, Mr. Soseki Natsume, is... Oh, fucking hell. Oh, don't you do it. My learned friend is jumping to conclusions again. A typical Nipponese reaction. What? Yes, it's true. No poison was found in the few drops of liquid recovered from the soap on the window ledge. But what logic is that? Would you take a drop from the Thames and conclude that the water in the ocean isn't salty? Well, there would be salt in the drop, right? Let's go! Exactly. Unfit for drinking, just as the victim's tea was on the night in question, the court has already heard. Bitter was the precise word from the lips of Mr. William Shamspeare, whom the prosecution now calls back to the stand. He didn't even pray forgive the discourtesy of filling his hallowed chalice. Very well, I will uphold the prosecution's request. Why does Edgeworth look like that? He was attacked by Dracula. This fucking guy again. I can't believe they put me in this game. It's really fucked up. Oh, man. Mr. William Shamspeare, the victim of this despicable crime. Oh heaven, oh hell, do you command me to remember? Forsooth, 'twas I, Shamspeare, did have a belly full of the foul fluid given in mine innocence. Yes. But as was revealed in yesterday's proceedings, the witness is not as innocent as we had perhaps first been led to believe. By using bars of soap such as this, he has been stealing gas from the supply company, yes. One may smile and be a villain. Forsooth, 'twas I, Shamspeare, did have a roomful of the sweet fuel given. That's right, fellow jurors, don't forget this man is a rotten thief. I haven't forgotten. Kept all that about the ice coins a tidy secret, did ya? You should have owned up sooner. Fuck you, bitch! Oh, indeed, by dint of vile and cowardly means have I plotted to further mine own ends, I confess. Thou wouldst not pardon my sins, of that I am sure. If you acknowledge your wrongdoing, what exactly are you doing here? Cowards die many times before their deaths, and for a coward such as I, death be well deserved. But would it that a still greater crime passeth unpunished? For lo, the hairy-faced oh my fucking god. Whoa, he's going off. How long do you think he can do this? Doesn't really look like he's getting tired.
Objection!
Objection! But there was no poison on the tea. We put it into the fucking... What the defense would assert as an inconsistency will quickly be cleared up by the witness's testimony. Is that not so, Mr. Shamspeare? Oh, he's still going! Holy! Alright, let's hear it. Alright, you fruity little man. Tell the court why poison entered through your body, though none was found in the tea! The Japanese man did come to my chamber with people. Oh, okay, I fucking got him. I actually fucking got him on this one. You stupid bitch, you don't know anything. The poison was slipped into the cup after the tea had been poured. The normal way for poison to be administered, in my experience. What is your poison experience, you stupid bitch? Quite. Otherwise, it would be disastrous if the poisoner were to mix up the cups, for instance. But no poison bottle was found at the scene. Because, quite simply, the Nipponese took the bottle back to his own room. The absence of a vessel containing the poison only becomes problematic when considering suicide. I'm considering suicide. By now it should be perfectly clear. A bar or two of cheap soap is wholly insufficient to wash the deep stains of guilt from the accused hands. Ugh. Sirs, madams, 'tis true that I, Shamspeare, be a common thief of gas. Oh my god! He straightened that shit out. Wherefore would I lie? Verily, I have no cause. I have naught to lose. Well, I do declare. Alright, I got him. Yeah, I got him. Don't even bother. I got him. Because brewed in a pot, in my cup that he put the poison. Never did a drop of his own drink pass his lips. That's so crazy, because actually I have the cups right here.
Objection!
You claim that Mr. Natsume didn't drink a drop of tea on the night in question. But that's impossible. How? Whoa, is that a slur? Whoa, is that a slur? The two teacups from the scene, one used by the victim and the other by the defendant, have a clear difference between them. One that represents incontrovertible truth. Incontrovertible? There's no need for the jury to retire. Yes, a tea ring. Commonplace enough. Commonplace for your kind. Such stains occur all too readily when one leaves tea in a cup for a while. And yet, Mr. Natsume's cup has no such ring. Good lord, you're right! It's completely clean. And prithee, sir, what makest thou of it? Exactly what Mr. Natsume told the court yesterday. The Japanese saying he quoted, "Gulp that fucking shit down. Drink tea while it's hot." That's right, yes. The jittery Mr. Natsume was true to his usual self that night and drank his tea in no time. Oh? If, as you claim in your testimony, he didn't touch a drop of his tea, a ring would have developed on the inside of his cup as well after the several hours the tea was left standing. What the scallop? In short, Mr. Shamspear, you are straight! Get thee to a nunnery! No, I get it.
Objection!
No, this asshole. Oh! As a rule, I fill my hallowed chalice up to 7 times during any one trial. 7 times?! Woo! He's having bottle night! You might want to keep that information to yourself. We're at 4. Yet on occasion, tedium distracts me, and I pour more than I intended until the bottle is dry. Your drinking habits are fascinating, but irrelevant. On the contrary, they illustrate the fickleness of human memory. Oh, son of a bitch. To William Shamspear. Yes, my liege? Though you previously stated you made the coins of ice from the leftover tea in the accused's cup, could it be that you were perhaps mistaken? Eh? He's literally just coaching. I don't, like, what do you want? That, yes, perhaps there was some tea remaining in the small teapot left at the scene. A fact that had vanished from your memory until now. Faith, my liege, thou art a magician, for verily 'tis as thou hast seen it with thine own eyes that night. Holy fuck, why are we letting this happen? Forsooth, I was mistook. Too much gas. I did plan to use the tea from the Japanese fellow's cup, but lo, when I looked 'twas empty, and thus did I use the dregs that festered in the teapot, as my liege did suggest. Fuck you. What are you talking about? Shut the fuck up.
Objection!
Surely we have, like, a deposition. People's memories are imperfect, my learned friend, which is why we rely on evidence instead. What? You're just yapping! You don't have evidence? The victim's most recent testimony tells us 2 things of note. Firstly, that the poison was put directly into the victim's teacup only, and secondly, that this spoiled cup was not the source of the insipid ice coins that have bewitched the court. Fuck you! The testimony remains valid and in full support of the established facts. In other words, it's off. The inconsistency claimed by the defense simply does not exist. What does this mean, then? Good question. I really don't know. My lords, ladies, and gentlemen of the jury, I do solemnly swear, after I did dine at Grubb's Grubbery Alehouse that night, naught did pass my lips but the black tea given to me by the Japanese, whose back be stooped as low as death. Shut up. What'd you eat? Why, I did partake of my favorites, a broth as thou wouldst be called soup, and a leaf as wouldst be called salad. An insalubrious a menu as the establishment where it was served. But you gods will give us. Some faults do make us men. Willingly would I suffer what punishment is seen fit to serve a wicked thief of gas. But I pray ye wise and noble fellows, ne'er forget the simple truth. That be one thing, and this be another. Oh, okay. Jurors all, your humble servant Shamspear doth entreat you, punish the Japanese fellow for his sins. My lord! If I may speak, my lord. Yes, Mr. Foreman? I believe we may have been duped by that rotten defense lawyer. What? I do declare you may be right. We all know the waif there was making coins of ice to keep himself warm. But this lawyer, lad, said he's stealing gas. He deserves a dose of poison, eh? He's been leading us up the garden path. That's what he's been doing. I did not do that. You are literally lying. But what we just heard from the victim there has opened our eyes again. We've reached a decision this time, and we won't be swayed from it. Okay, fucker. What are we working with?
Guilty!
Fuck.
Guilty.
Come on.
Guilty.
Son of a bitch. Come on, at least you.
Guilty.
God damn it.
Guilty.
Alright, how's this old man?
Guilty.
Alright, let's run it. Time for a summation examination. Carbon monoxide ass trial. These people do not have object permanence. Oh, happy day! Alright, you know what's coming. Typical. My learned friend is unable to accept the obvious truth. I have literally never fucked up a summation examination. Come on. Wow, that is so bad. Why do they all hate gas? What the fuck was that? Okay, well this one we can press on. But never mind. No, you really should mind. The truth, our counter-argument wasn't as unassailable as we'd hoped. And Mr. Shamspeare was poisoned. There can be no doubt of that. But how are we supposed to turn this around? I think we need to establish the method by which Mr. Shamspeare was actually poisoned. Our only hope is to demonstrate to the court that incontrovertibly. But that's impossible! If we don't manage it, Mr. Natsume will be found guilty. Yes, okay, let's work on it.
Hold it!
Okay, what's going on here? All the evidence, you say? That's right, and there's no room for doubt. It's all pointing to that Japanese man with the big mustache. Everyone seems pretty on board for this.
That was wrong.
We don't have that kind of evidence. I love Susato. Holy fuck. She's so cute. Okay, how do we do this?
Hold it!
Okay, this woman is just talking. She's just yapping. This isn't the time or place to be discussing the price of gas, bitch. But really, think of the injustice. Air is a gas and air is free. Why should Altamont gas cost money? It makes my blood boil. I can feel myself becoming more ruthless than ever. If I might interject here, yeah. It seems my fellow juror takes issue with the price our company charges for gas. But it's precisely because of thieves like this man the cost goes up. Oh, what a beastly man. That unkempt mustache, those hunched shoulders, poisoning tea and steel. Whoa, 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 no! Well, anyway, I've quite made up my mind. It's as made up as the price of gas. Fuck. What are you people yapping about? Hey, if you like. I mean, to be honest, I'd take poison over gas anytime. You take poison? What I mean is, poison can only poison you. It don't explode, does it? Holy fuck. Ah! You're right! I hadn't considered that at all. This is like the dumbest man ever. Young lawyer man. Yes. You have a good head on your shoulders. We could use someone like you as our company's legal representative. I'm in! Well, haven't had the best experience with gas companies in the past.
Hold it!
Can we please refrain from the gas talk? There's an all-out attack underway here, in case you hadn't noticed, against my company's gas. And I'm supposed to sit here and take it, am I? I don't think so. All I've heard about our wonderful fuel is explosions and poisonings. What about electricity? What about getting electrocuted? What about that? Little explosion here and there's nothing in comparison. Okay. My point exactly. But the gas thieves aren't even the worst of our enemies. We have far more devious reprobates to contend with on a daily basis, you know. Really? Please. Other gas companies, of course. Interesting. Interesting. They steal our gas and sell that. Gas companies like ours deliver gas to people's homes via a network of pipes. These reprobates secretly disconnect our pipes and divert our gas into their own rotten pipes. Then they make a contract with the households supplied by those pipes and take money for the precious gas that's rightfully ours without us even knowing.
Oh, yeah.
Oh? This is... That's pretty good, right?
Excuse me.
What's going on here, buddy? Do you have something to say about that, juror number 3? Oh, golly! You mean me? I'm terribly sorry. I was just thinking of myself. Thinking about the gas thing. Well, yes. I just got a little riled about it recently, you see. Go on. An Altamont gas worker visited my house the other day to investigate the pipe work. We need to ask for your cooperation while we carry out a secret check of your property, sir, the fellow said. So I let him in. And do you know what he did? Chucky! Thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. Shadow Wizard Money Day. We love casting spells. And not to be outdone! N54 Lionheart! Thank you for the 20 gifted subs! If you didn't get one, dodged in chat. As simple as that. You know, it's so simple. Then he grabbed the exposed mouth of the pipe and started blowing into it! What? Oh, please. Everybody knows. But it was very nearly the death of me, I can tell you. What the fuck? I'll explain if you don't mind. As I said before, these unscrupulous other gas companies connect their customers to our pipe network. It's as simple as you play Ace Attorney and I insist you take my money. You got my back against the wall here, man. Yes, but how does blowing pipes come into it? This got a lot hotter than I thought it would. Obviously, there's gas in the pipes, and it's at a fairly low pressure. By blowing air through the pipe, you can make the pressure drop temporarily. And if you do that, any lights connected to the same pipe will flicker for a moment. Interesting. Exactly, my lord. That's it in a nutshell. It's the reason why we have tenants of workers going around neighborhoods to investigate which lights flicker. The trouble is, the particular worker who came to my house didn't know the strength of his own breath. He blew down a pipe with all his might, and you can guess what happened, can't you? No. That's right, the lights didn't just flicker, they went out. Along with the stove, gas started pouring into the house. I'm afraid I yelled at the fellow. So by disconnecting a lamp and blowing into the exposed gas pipe, it's possible to extinguish lamps and stoves connected to the same network. Then when gas starts flowing again, it silently seeps into the room. How interesting. Juror number 3. The defense requests that you amend your statement to include that information. Oh, well, if you like. Well, I do. Fuck you, bitch. Yeah, I'm not really sure either. Okay, let's poke these two.
Hold it!
You mean it's poisoned? That's right. It's happened tidy a few times now. What? It's always days like this one when I don't get any wages. I get in at tea time, see? And I see her doing it. My wife. She gets that devilish look on her face and she slips some white powder into my cup. And you drink it anyway? I was brought up proper, I was. If someone gives you a cuppa, you drink it. And what happens? What did it taste like? It was god-awful, believe you me. Salty as hell. And she might be putting salt in there. No! So she doesn't even care enough to poison me properly, eh? Unbelievable. Let's move on. Okay, that guy was not helpful. I'm an old man. If the victim could be shown to have ingested something else, you'd change your leaning. What's that now? I was saying if the victim did eat or drink something else on the night of the... Oh, my God. Sorry? I said if nothing else... There's no... Haven't you been listening to me at all? Okay, so we've got this old-ass bitch. We've got this... Explain the way in which he was poisoned. Yeah, like what? It's important to watch everyone... Okay, well... No, I'm good. No need. I know what you're talking about. Okay. What's going on here? So I feel like he might have been poisoned by the gas. But who would I pit this against? This seems competent, if nothing else. Let's do a little coming. Yeah, no helping on this one, please.
Objection!
Those two statements contradict each other. Good gracious! To whose statements? Juror number 6, did you hear what juror number 3 just said? Of course! I heard him mumbling about something or other. There is another explanation here, I believe. Something besides Mr. Natsume's tea did, in a manner of speaking, pass the victim's lips on the night in question. What? What explanation? I wonder, did the police check the mouth of the gas pipe feeding the wall light at the scene to see if there were any traces of poison there? I was curious to see what your floundering would result in this time, but the mouth of a gas pipe. Scotland Yard have enough to do without exploring such irrelevance. Shut up. What a piece of work is a man! What? Why? Holy fuck. Please do not... What are you talking about? Please don't be a part of this. What speakest thou? Prithee, is it not strange and strange? Oh my god, he's going off. I thought I'd been quite clear, but let me put it another way. The strychnine could have been on the mouth of the gas pipe that feeds the wall lamp in your room. And that is how the poison came to enter your body. Good lord! Are they tasty then, gas pipes? Is that what he's saying? Or is the gentleman suggesting the poor man was so desperately hungry he tried to fill his belly with gas? Perhaps no actress would perform a kiss scene with him, For shame, madam, speaking thy fancy. I assure you, I'm not such a buffoon that I have to kiss pipes!
Objection!
Whoa, whoa! Hold up! This is no summation examination. This is a farce. The prosecution will not stand for any more of my learned Nipponese friend's conjecture. Oh my god, how many are we on here? To begin with, the lamp in the victim's room is high on the wall. In order to have placed his lips to the pipe that feeds it, he would have had to be a contortionist. These are empty assertions. Oh, another one. There is no possible proof that the man did as you said.
Deduction.
Oh, there's proof, all right. Do you truly believe Mr. Shamspeare is a man who's never blown pipe in his life? And I have evidence to prove it. Holy shit, do we actually? Alright, you've got our attention, lad. I'd like to see how you can be so sure of yourself. So would I. Let's see this evidence then. Alright, let's make it happen. I have no fucking clue. I do not know what they're talking about. Huh? Or do I? Oh shit, I do. Oh, he wasn't taking back shots at all. He was sucking on his lamp.
Take that!
What the? These are... Wait, what are they called? Yes, skin prints found at the scene.
Skin prints, Counsel? I've never heard of such things. The Justice Ministry is currently assessing whether or not to permit fingerprints as evidence in court, however.
My lord, this is an exciting new forensic technique developed by the great... Oh, no, don't mention him. It reveals all of the places Mr. Shamspeare touched in his room.
I've never seen anything like it. I mean, that's black magic, isn't it? Ooh, I'm old. Oh, we all love Sherlock Holmes.
We found skin prints in many places you would expect. On the table, on the costumes. But also, he was doing this kind of shit on the wall. Why, I wonder? For example, here. Well, I wonder, could he have been appreciating the artwork, perhaps? At first, my colleagues and I thought the same. However, imagine standing with your hands where those prints are, and you would find yourself directly in front of... Ah! I don't believe it!
Gosh!
The gas lamp! Though the reason why isn't immediately obvious, it's clear that Mr. Shamspeare has regularly been standing with his hands on the wall in front of the lamp.
What have you been up to, you nut?
He's like, I was taking back shots. That's the easy out. Just own up to it. I'd ask the court to recall juror number 4's earlier statement. Me? What did I say? You said blowing into a gas pipe would make the lights in the entire building flicker. And if you recall juror number 3's statement, what, me now? When the gas worker who visited his home blew with too much force into the pipe, it caused all the lights and the gas stove to go out and gas to start leaking into the rooms. Obviously, that incident was an accident. However, the simple fact is, if Mr. Shamspeare were to have blown hard into the gas pipe here in his room, he could have extinguished every other light and gas stove in the building at will. Crikey! Are you suggesting that the man purposefully caused the gas to...
Objection!
Whilst I acknowledge the prosecution is required to remain silent during a summation examination, I must toast my learned friend's utter disregard for the letter of the law.
What is the meaning of this, Lord Van Zeeks?
This curious photograph, or whatever it is, presented by the defense, the so-called skin prints, clearly that cannot be accepted as any form of usable evidence in this case. But it's an exciting new forensic technique, developed by the great detective. It's nothing. A mere toy developed by an amateur sleuth with too much time on his hands. Oh, you don't want to be talking shit on Sherlock Holmes, buddy. They love him. They love him in Britain.
Certainly, even research of this nature by the esteemed Mr. Holmes cannot be recognized by the court as formal evidence.
But... Please, my lord, if I may. Susato, it was not the defense's intention to submit the skin prints as formal evidence. We wish to present the results of the great detective's investigation of the scene as a tool by which to explain a possibility to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. And if the trial were to come to an end now, we should never learn the truth behind the handprints everyone has now seen. I don't believe we can allow that to happen, and I'm sure the jurors would agree. Damn. Fuck me. You're right! Whether those strange handprints are a significant clue or not, it's down to us to decide. Juror number 3. Oh, yes. I do declare the great detective's investigation results sound absolutely fascinating. And I want to hear what that shady actor fellow has to say about those shady handprints. Okay, well, that's 2. But that's not sufficient. We need 2 more, you fuckers. What's the matter with you two? That was foolhardy.
Well, I did say it, didn't I? And I don't like to break a promise.
No, wait! You heard his lordship. Get him. Okay, I think I have to get them to 4-2, right? Thank you, Miss Susato, but I couldn't have done it without you. We can do it. Fuck, okay. Okay, I don't know how I'm getting to this guy, the salty man. I don't know what I would pit against each other. These two were talking about gas. Ah, man, I don't know. Like, these 3 are not super helpful. I guess I'll press them again.
Hold it!
Okay, it feels like it might be this guy, but we need... What do you make of that? What, your so-called skin prints? It's exciting. And if Mr. Shamspeare has put his mouth to the gas pipe on the night in question, it can't be denied there's a possibility that's where the poison was. Well, yes, I won't deny that it's playing on my mind. But as the prosecution rightly says, we should pay no heed to unacceptable forms of evidence. Besides, even if the fellow has been up to some mischief with the gas pipe dozens of times before, it doesn't mean he got up to the same shenanigans on the night in question. Whoa, hey. Hey, whoa! Okay, so it's this guy. I don't know, man. Let's... What proof do I have? That's not super helpful. That's not super helpful. It's fucking... I don't know what's going on with this envelope. We still haven't seen anything. Crime scene photo. Oh, day in question. Nothing. The medical report, perhaps? Gas box? No. I really have no fucking clue. Oh, it's this. Wait, I found it. It's this. I have no idea, man. I really don't think I have any. I have to prove that he was up to no good the day of. I have no way to do that. I mean, I guess we have, like, we know that this is true because Mr. Garideb told us that the lights flickered day of. Oh, I could get testimony. Witness testimony? Okay. I know who it is. It's got to be him.
Take that!
Oh! Well, fuck. I was sure it was going to be him. No, go back. It's this guy. I'm gonna do it. It's Van Zeek's. He was hiding in the closet. That's true. Okay, well, there is one other guy who has talked about gas pretty frequently. It's Soseki. Soseki talks about being choked in the night from gas coming from his stove.
Take that!
Obviously, I'm talking about the defendant, Mr. Soseki Natsume himself. The defendant! At the very beginning of the proceedings here in court yesterday, Mr. Natsume said the following. My lodgings! There's been a whole series of strange happenings in my lodgings. Even on that fateful night it happened. When I returned from Mr. Shamspeare's room, I lit my gas stove and climbed into bed, but before long the stove went out, and somebody tried to kill me! On the night in question, the gas in the defendant's room went out. So I asked the court, was that a coincidence or not? Good golly! Holy fucking moly! Now hold your horses, eh? Why would he do that for? Oh, he's not looking so good. Mr. Foreman. What is it, man? We cannot allow judgment to be passed with that while this doubt remains. It's true that I don't have conclusive evidence just yet. However, you must agree there is more to this case than meets the eye. Fair enough. Like I said at the outset, I'm a man of logic, first and foremost. Whew. Okay, made it out of that one. Holy. Ugh. This is pain, dude. Ugh. Okay. Let's go. Who are we calling next? Natsume? So God mend me, I do solemnly swear I recall aught of either the lamp or the pipe. But your handprints have made a tidy mess all over the wall there. How'd you explain that? Oh, there goes. I am done with this. The dignity of this great courtroom has been sullied enough already. Juror number 5. Oh, me? As I went to some pains to point out already, a print from the self-professed detective's toy has no place in a British court of law. As such, whether or not this man did indeed stand before the gas lamp with his hands against the wall remains at this time unestablished conjecture. You would all do well to remember that.
Objection!
But the prosecution must concede it would be simple to verify. Just order the mouth of the gas pipe feeding the lamp to be examined. If there are traces of poison... Oh my god. What appears to be extremely simple is my Nipponese friend's mind. You will recall that in order to check for the presence of poison in the tea, some remnants of the tea were required. Yes. Therefore, it shouldn't be beyond your wit to imagine even if poison were to have been spread on the pipe, it would have completely evaporated by now, making an analysis impossible. Fuck. I have no clue. Why does he do anything? He's a fucking freak. He's a strange dude. Oh.
Order! Council! Precisely whose life do you propose this man was plotting to end?
I mean, Soseki Natsume, right? Oh. Hold up.
Take that!
But a gas stove could be silently extinguished by the killer without anyone noticing. I live around those parts myself. I know what it's like. I can tell you, trying to sleep without a stove lit is pretty much suicide. You'd freeze to death in no time. Mr. Garadib, the landlord, has a large fireplace in his part of the residence on the top floor. In other words, it wasn't the landlord, but a fellow lodger whose life Mr. Shamspeare was trying to end.
Outrageous!
I'm talking, of course, about the defendant. Mr. Natsume isn't the villain in this case. He's the victim this man was trying to murder.
Good gracious!
Objection!
The accused is actually the aggrieved. Interesting. However, the fundamental facts of the case remain unchanged. Namely, the accused is the aggressor here. What? Let us indulge your fancies for a moment and assume there was indeed poison on the mouth of the gas pipe. The question that then arises is, who put it there? Who did put it there? The only logical conclusion is that the person responsible was aware of this man's trickery with the gas supply and his intent to kill.
Yes, that would seem logical. If the assailant were unaware, how would he or she have known to lace the end of the gas pipe with poison?
So now we must ask, how could anyone have known of Mr. Shamspeare's murderous designs? Naturally, the sole possible answer to that question couldn't be more obvious. Only the man whose life was being threatened could possibly have known. What? In other words, the person who put the poison on the gas pipe in what was a clear retaliatory attack can only have been the accused, Mr. Soseki Natsume. Fuck? I don't believe that. Whatever Mr. William Shamspeare may or may not have contrived to do, he was nevertheless the victim of a potentially lethal poison attack. And the only person who could possibly have perpetuated the attack is the accused, Mr. Natsume. The defense counsel's theorizing has failed to avert suspicion from the accused. Far from it. In fact, now that a clear motive for the poisoning has been successfully established, that suspicion is greater than ever. Would you not agree, my Nipponese friend? Ah. Hold up. You must respond! Otherwise, the members of the jury may very well change their leanings against us again. And this may be our last chance to gain the advantage. I gotta... I'm working on it. What advantage? Well, it would seem that somebody put poison on the gas pipe in Mr. Shamspeare's room. So we must name that person now. Oh my god, I have no idea. Alright. Okay. Time for a true Ace Attorney style ass pull.
Objection!
There is one other person who I believe could have been involved in all of this. The true culprit of this crime. It's gotta be Tobias Gregson. It's gotta be Hairlock Holmes. Gotta be Susato. Fuck. Susato is 16? Why the fuck is Hairlock hanging out with these two? They're so young. We don't even have a fucking... Oh god, I have no idea who it is. I was gonna say that fucking guy who like escaped, but I have no idea who it could be. Oh! You know, it could be her.
Take that!
Okay, it wasn't. Well, who the fuck is it then? I have no idea. I wanted to say that guy, but he's dead. I guess it could be Mr. Meterman. I don't think that's true, though. The true culprit. It could be Mr. Garrity.
Take that!
Huh? The profile says it all.
Take that!
Okay. All right, there is... This one's kind of insane, but like... What if it's Van Zeek's?
Take that!
No. I just wanted it to be that. I guess it's Mr. Garrett. No, we already tried Mr. Garrity. It's not Mr. Garrity. It's not her. It's not her. It could be Duncan Ross, but he's dead. I have no idea, dude. I legitimately do not know. Oh. Unless...
Take that!
Hold up. She had that poison. Miss Olive Green, the woman from 6 days ago. She had a very bad time. Okay. My colleagues and I visited Miss Green in the hospital yesterday, and we found her to be in possession of a bottle of poison. Good gracious! And there is another fact that links her to this case as well. The defense requests that she be brought to the witness stand in order to explain the detail to the court. No! Never heard of her! I feel maybe... I don't know.
we will see my learned Nipponese friend's farce through to its conclusion.
Okay. Very interesting.
Jeez, this is hard.
Holy. This is so long.
Joyful, jubilant, jumping jacks!
Mr. Natsume, I'm so pleased for you.
Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire and non-locum judicial assistant Miss Mikitoba Esquiress! Now, finally, at long last, there can be proof. Proof that I'm innocent and proof that my tea is innocent!
Oh, holy fuck. What is he? God, he's so fucking fruity. I love it.
Ah, good morning, my dear fellows. Hairlock Sholmes! May you drink my tepid tea and fall forever silent. I thought the tea was innocent.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes, you came. How wonderful.
Please save your derision. I know what you're all thinking. Good morning, he says, when it's very nearly time for luncheon. Your scorn is written clearly across your faces.
Nobody said or thought anything of the sort.
The truth is, I was determined that today would be the day. As sleep seduced me last night, I thought tomorrow for once I shall not oversleep. I'll rise early and be present in court to support my companions. Such spirited determination has a beauty all its own, does it not?
Oh, yes.
And then I began to muse on the subject. Why do people oversleep? I queried. Why, time after time, do they make the same foolish blunder? And the answer came to me at once. It's so delightfully simple. People oversleep because they sleep. Well, is that not an astute insight into the matter? Yes. Upon which realization, I attempted an experiment. I didn't sleep a wink all night. And the results? By first light, I was exhausted and began to be assailed by fits of drowsiness. Shocking. Hence, so the conclusion of last night's experiment is this: a good night's sleep is quite simply essential. Yes, I think most of us already knew that already. What others presuppose, I prove by experimentation. That, my dear fellow, is the scientific method. Ah, yes, and one more thing. Do you remember this? Holy fuck, it's the poison. It was a laborious task as the bottle was near empty, but such inconveniences do not hinder Sholmes. I managed to confirm that it contained strychnine. So I was right. Perhaps. Though, of course, such circumstantial evidence doesn't prove Miss Green's guilt. I shall leave the bottle in your care for now, but licking the inside of the neck is not recommended. Could I have a word? You can make the text even bigger, Jordan. Gregson! How good of you to come. Forget it, excuse me. Wait a minute, Inspector. I don't wish to make a nuisance of myself. From the look on your face, I'd say it's someone else who you think is making a nuisance. My dear Inspector, please speak freely. Pretend that I'm not here. Believe me, if I could do that, life would be a whole lot simpler for me. Do you have the results, Inspector, of the investigation of Mr. Shamspeare's room? Not yet. Shouldn't be long now, though. No, I'm here about something else. The dead convict, actually. Oh, you mean Bob Bunsen? Selden. I went through the archives at the yard and dug out the fellow's file. There's something in there that caught my eye. Oh, okay. Let's see what it is. I copied out the relevant parts for you, so you can read it for yourself. Okay, let's see what that is.
It's just his rap sheet, mostly. And this looks pretty normal. Funny. Include the details that were in the newspaper cutting found in Mr. Shamspeare's room. I'll rearrange everything in the court record so we don't have duplicate information. Thank you. Why are you giving us a copy of this important file, though? Well, you're the ones who turned up the clue in the first place, aren't you? I'm just making sure things get handled in the proper fashion. Oh, Scotland Yard's workings are so wonderful. Indeed, my dear fellows, and the inspector here is a shining diamond in its crown. A shining diamond in the rough, maybe. Look, I just don't want to be beholden to a lawyer, that's all. All right, let's get in there. Here we go. Well, I shall leave you then. I'll be listening with interest from the public galley. Not nodding off at all. Certainly not. Thank you, Mr. Holmes. I'm rather tired of seeing Mr. Mustache in floods of tears personally, so the best of luck to you. Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire! Yes, Mr. Natsume? It's time, isn't it? Yes, this is it. Miss Olive Green and Mr. William Shamspeare. This is going to be the final battle. It's a special kind of hell to work in an office, being the only nerdy guy there and the only one that hates Big Bang Theory. Are you a fan of, Young Sheldon? Is that some? In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court in session again. Before the recess, we heard a most startling accusation from the defense that the victim of the case we heard here only a few days ago is the true perpetrator. A reckless, rash, and prejudiced charge of wrongdoing in my opinion, my lord. However, the prosecution has tried to extend every courtesy to this amateur newcomer from dubious eastern shores. Thank you for that backhanded consideration. A rather cold assessment from the honorable British prosecutor, I must say. So, Lord Van Zeeks, is the new witness ready? Ready and waiting in the witnesses' antechamber, my lord. All right, let's make it happen, Captain. Get this fucking witness in. I missed the racism. Oh, there will be more. Oh my god. Why is he up here? Witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court, please. William Shamspeare, my liege. For mine occupation I can say only that I be a tragic victim to be pitied. Currently unemployed, in other words. I'm Olive... Oh, what did I do for her? I'm Olive Green. I'm a fledgling artist. Well, no, not a fledgling, really. A hopeless failure who's too weak-spirited to admit she has no talent, I suppose. A couple of real winners we have today. Mr. Shamspeare, my lord, I am thy humble servant. I'm afraid that you are no longer merely the victim in this affair. The possibility has been raised that you are in fact the assailant intent on taking the life of your fellow lodger. The part you have played in this whole business will be thoroughly scrutinized, I assure you. I would for naught else, my lord. And Miss Green. Yes. You are aware of the reason you have been summoned to this courtroom today, I presume? Yes, the officer did explain. Oh, okay. He said I poisoned this ridiculous buffoon. And? I don't know anything about any poisoning. And I don't know anything about this man.
Come, lady, die to live. Verily, I know not thy prickly pigmented personage. Okay, well, let's fucking get this over with. It's all very strange. Very strange indeed. Why would you suspect me? I barely ever go to the East End anyway. It just so happens that I passed by the neighborhood 6 days ago, that's all. And on the night this man was poisoned, I was still in the hospital, fucking for my life. Yes, having been unfortunately caught up in the incident on the street outside the Garadeb household. An incident that rendered you unconscious for some 3 days. I was struck in the middle of my back by a knife through no fault of my own, and now I'm under suspicion. Okay, let's get this show on the road. Oh no, the incident 6 days ago? You mean you want me to relive that awful accident? Yes. he said, yes, I do. Alright, just fucking testify. Okay, what are we working with? It was 6 days ago at 5 p.m. when I was walking along the snow when I was stabbed in the back. Coincidentally, it happened to be just outside the house where the men in this case have their lodgings. I was at the tavern on the eve of which thou speakst, for I had bespoke my supper. It was the first time I'd been in the area. I had a little matter to attend to, that's all. I was admitted straight to the hospital, so I knew nothing at all of this business. Fuck, that's not a lot to go off of. Shit. Meanwhile, you say you were not in your room, Mr. Shamspeare. 'Twas the following morn when I did awaken that I learned of the dire events. Dire! Mary, what a commotion did the officers of the law make on the floor above mine, when Soseki-san was arrested on suspicion of attempted murder. As suspected, there is nothing connecting these two witnesses but happenstance. Up. Let me press.
Hold it!
I'm well acquainted with the case. I was walking along the pavement.
Hold it!
Happened to be outside the house the men have their lodgings. What were you doing there? What do you mean? The art school you attend, what is it called? Yes, the Thorndike Academy of Poo-Poo. Well, what were you doing here? Why would you have been walking along Briar Road in the middle of East End? It's because, oh yes, of course. I thought it might make a nice picture. I wonder what it is. Mr. Shamspeare, would you tell the court what you were doing? 'Twould be my pleasure, sire. I was at the tavern. Shut up. Shut the fuck up. Shut up. The slug and salad. Oh, that's really just the noise that he makes. And a little unexpected, I feel. The slug and salad offers unusually fine dining, for the locality at least. Not an establishment you'd expect to be patronized by a man with not even a crumb of bread in his room. Huh. I would have expected Grubb's Grubbery in the local vicinity to be more appropriate for your means. Watery soup and mushy peas, or soupy water and pea-like mush.
Oh my god, British food. I just wanted to try some water at a different pub for once. What's wrong with that? Do we have evidence that explains why he didn't go there? I have no idea. Well, we have this, which explains that Mr. Natsume was going to the... Oh god, I have no idea where the fucking slug and salad is. Why would he not go to the slug and salad? I don't think we have any evidence. What little matter? Please elaborate. It was nothing. It's not worth mentioning. Oh, but please do. It was related to the card you were holding. From memory, the card contained a note that said, I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. Oh, hey. Hey, dude. What's going on?
Excuse me.
Mr. Shamspear, do you have something to share? To be or not to be? That is the question. Ah, pray forgive me. The great bard's words springeth from within me with ne'er a thought. Okay, come on. Hearing Miss Green's words a moment ago seemed to make you think of something. Of relevance, perhaps? Oh, nay, sire, 'twas nothing at all. Presumably you know the name, Mr. Duncan Ross. After all, you are both lodgers in the same house. I would it were so, but sadly nay. Lodging be a lonely occupation, sire. My lodging fellows be rarely known to me. So you haven't heard of him, even though he passed away in the room just one floor above yours? Miss Green? The card that was mentioned, do you have it upon your person? Oh, no. Well. I've got it.
Hold it!
Oh fuck, I didn't mean to do that. So I wonder how we do this. We can present the piece. Let's try it out. Let me read this this real quick. Doodle-dip. Can we read the note? Hello. What is the stupid thing you saw on Twitter?
I just quote tweeted it. It's this picture of this like 50s family and the mom's in the kitchen and it's like, why? Okay, here it is. It's like, why wouldn't you want this? And then it's a waspy family and they're all in the kitchen. And there's a lot of things, but the main thing that bothers me is they're all wearing shoes in the kitchen.
Don't wear shoes in the house, folks.
Don't wear shoes in the house. Like, I wouldn't want this for like a few reasons, but the first one is that's 8 shoes in the kitchen, and that's not where the shoes go.
Take that!
Women should be wearing heels while cooking. No one should have shoes on in the house.
I'm gonna wrap this up. I'm sorry about the shoes.
Thank you. It's just like I don't like people wearing shoes in houses to the point, to the extent that like this picture like is really skeeving me out. Like I'm really upset about it. Why would
Well, you'd think so, yes. I'll be done soon. It's hard to believe that it's merely, my lord, may I? May you what? I'd like to make something clear about the card. Okay. This note was delivered to me. It has nothing to do with the odd man next to me. Oh, does it? I think it's in this picture. Give me a sec. I thought it was in this picture. I guess it's not. I mean, I don't know. Can't we just show that we have the other end of it?
Objection!
Yes. Weird sequence. Upon carrying out the instructions in the note, you found yourself in the hospital. Yes, I did. It's terrible, everything that's happened to me. Yes, it is terrible. If it's all true, that is. What do you mean? Miss Green, have a look at this, please. It's the torn off end of an envelope. Oh, is it? And it so happens it fits together perfectly with the envelope of the note you received. Where did you find that? Good question. In Mr. Shamspeare's room. Mr. Shamspeare, do you perhaps remember this note from somewhere? Well... Your actions that afternoon follow the instructions in the note to the letter. Come to the Slug and Salad on Briar Road at 5 p.m. on the 17th, and that's exactly where you went. Let me ask you again, Mr. Shamspeare. You already knew about this note, didn't you? And you, Miss Green. What did I do? As this torn-off end of the envelope proves, the note was originally in Mr. Shamspeare's room. So how is it it came to be in your possession? I don't have the first idea. I'm just a big, stupid baby. There's only one explanation. You broke into Mr. Shamspeare's room and stole it. You did what? So, thou hast what? You broke... I mean, thou were in my room? What on earth do you want with me? It would seem that we're gonna have to run this shit back, DJ. Miss Green. Yes? Whilst you have the court's sympathy, I'm sure, for the suffering you have endured, anyone found to be giving false testimony will be duly punished. Please bear that in mind. Oh. Interesting. Is she gonna, like, undergo a sea change? No, she's still weird. I do remember. 'Twas a week ago, peradventure, that note was delivered unto me. On the day writ therein, I did tarry a long hour at the Slug and Salad, yet nobody came. Thereafter, on the evening, I shared the company of the Japanese fellow. I did see the note had vanished. I don't know what you mean. You think I snuck into this man's room? Why would I? Oh, this is not good testimony. I can point out the villain here, and as for that torn-off piece of the envelope, I don't know anything about it. Fuck, that's all we get? Holy shit. 'Tis so, my lord, and I would swear to have set it upon the table in my humble lodgings, yet 'tis clear to me now that since I returned from the tavern that night, I have not laid eyes upon it. A lie? Is that what you think? How unfair of you to think I'm the one lying. I'm just a big, stupid baby. That note was delivered to me at my address. Besides, we all know who the liar around here is. I don't see why I should explain. I'm a big, stupid baby. It's your job to give the explanations and the proofs, you, the lawyer. Evidently, my learned friend's cross-examination is our only hope of learning the truth. All right, we'll do it. Hold it! Interesting. Okay, so we went to the slug and salad. That's strange. In truth, when thou asked whether nobody appeared, I did suddenly recall. I was not alone that night. 'Tis returning to me now. I did treat my lips to almost clear water, and mine innards to a premium crust of bread. And all around me danced a great many companions. Flies, sir, flies. Weird. Logan JYA! Damn, been a good week to be you, huh? Thanks for the raid.
Hold it!
When exactly did you notice it had gone missing? Such idle thoughts ne'er occupy my mind. I am busied with greater ideas. In other words, you didn't notice. Several days passed between your outing to the tavern and Mr. Natsume's visit to your room. Yes, it would appear the note disappeared sometime in that interval. Such idle thoughts ne'er occupy my... We already said that. Yes, of course. It's all some sort of misunderstanding. Oh, Van... You have so far failed to give a satisfactory explanation as to how you came by the note. Uh-oh. When Van Zeke starts turning on you, things are going to start going south. I am not here to advocate for your defense, madam. I won't tolerate inconsistencies in your story. Put your leg on the table. You would do well to remember that. Oh, dearie me. What the fuck? I don't know what you mean. You think that I'm a big, stupid baby? It seems this note was actually delivered to Mr. Shamspeare 1 week ago. Oh, does it? But for some reason it ended up in your possession. I can't think of how that would have happened except for you breaking into Mr. Shamspeare's lodgings. But for what reason would the witness have done that? I don't know. What the fuck? I won't deny that Miss Green's possession of the note would appear to defy logic. However, until and unless her involvement in this case can be proven some other way, any further pursuit of this note is meaningless. Why would she want to go in there? Alright, one more of these.
Hold it!
You don't want to tell the truth about the letter, is that it? I'm a big, stupid baby. Introverted? Fie, this fledgling doth readily cast aspirations about my nature. Yet I am an angel, a seraph. Birds do harmonize with my song. The wind doth frolic on my wing. Oh, pity! What is he doing? Wherefore dost thou accuse one so pure of heart, ample woman? Pure of heart? I don't think so. Even a stupid baby like me could see you're just a failure. What the fuck? Oh, the days, oh, the years, alas, to enlighten thee, thou must wait so long and in vain. Okay, we're gonna have to get a piece of evidence for this. Fuck. But how do we prove that she broke in, and why? I'm afraid to say the outcome of this cross-examination may change how we look at the case. I don't know. Why would she? Well, I mean, this is a good one. Oh, I actually may know the answer to this. To poison him.
Objection!
Yesterday at the hospital, we saw you with this bottle. And though the contents spilt during the course of our meeting, a small quantity remained. According to the defense's independent analysis, the liquid that was still in the bottle was identified as strychnine. What? Strychnine? The very same poison that afflicted Mr. Shamspeare. Miss Green, you broke into this man's lodgings for one reason and one reason alone. To cover the end of the pipe that feeds the gas lamp in Mr. Shamspeare's room with poison.
Can this be? You broke into my room to... It may seem incredible to the court, but from the remaining clues, there is only one logical conclusion we can reach. The person who attempted to take Mr. Shamspeare's life with poison was you, Miss Olive Green. Oh dear, oh dearie. Meep. She okay? Oh my god, she's out. Order! Counsel, are you seriously suggesting this woman put poison on the end of the gas pipe with intent to kill? Yes. There is no other way to explain the facts. But if Miss Green did set this odious trap 6 days ago and the victim had put his mouth to the pipe that very evening as expected, the attempted murder would have happened 6 days ago, surely. Perhaps not, my lord. I beg your pardon? There was a significant police presence in the area that evening on account of the incident in Briar Road. Local residents were being interviewed throughout the night as part of the ongoing inquiry. A circumspect criminal would likely have chosen not to carry out any wrongdoing at that time. Lord Van Zeeks, what's going on here? And of course, the following morning, there was more activity at Mr. Shamspeare's address. Yes, his fellow lodger, Mr. Natsume, was arrested on suspicion of murder. That's right. Mr. Shamspeare was meddling with the gas in the pipe for a very sinister reason himself, to cause the gas stove in Mr. Natsume's room to go out, asphyxiating the occupant. But once Mr. Natsume had been arrested, his room was under constant surveillance by the police. In the circumstances, Mr. Shamspeare had no reason to blow air into the gas pipe. His intended victim being in a prison cell. With the need to tamper with the gas removed, the poison on the pipe lay dormant. And then, 3 days ago now, the situation changed again. Right, Mr. Natsume's trial, which took place here at the Old Bailey, came to an end. That resulted in Mr. Natsume returning to his lodgings for the first time in 2 days. And that very night, his gas stove mysteriously went out, and Mr. Shamspeare was poisoned. Oh, no! In conclusion, the poison that was present on the mouth of the gas pipe had to be put there in the victim's room 4 days earlier. Boo, Mary! Thanks, Van Zeeks. That was very helpful. With that new understanding, it becomes clear this letter was part of the plan. What plan? The court will recall the note gave instructions to visit the Slug and the Salad at 5 o'clock, and the recipient should tell nobody else. The reason is now clear. To ensure the lodger would not be home at the stated time. To make sure I wasn't home? Exactly. While you were out, Miss Green could safely slip into your room, knowing she wouldn't be disturbed. You mean to say the letter was written by Miss Green, yes. And in order to cover her tracks, she took it away with her when she left. Just after she smeared poison on the mouth of the gas pipe in your room. I love that she's on a box. Oh! Is she going off? Just who are you? Why did you try to kill me? Miss Green's motive should be obvious. It's all tied up with someone whose name we've heard several times already during the course of this trial. So, that's what's behind all this.
Take that!
Duncan Ross? That's right. Before the defendant, Mr. Natsume, took up residence in the lodgings at Mr. Garadieb's, somebody else was renting the room. Mr. Duncan Ross. I knew I'd heard the name somewhere else. It was all over the papers a month ago when the man died in strange circumstances at the haunted lodgings. That does ring a vague... Ah, yes, I remember now. The young man they claimed was strangled by the convict's curse. Sadly, my lord, it wasn't a curse of any kind, nor was it an accident. The man died as a result of Mr. Shamspeare blowing into the gas pipe and causing gas to leak into the room. It was murder, plain and simple. Oh! Well, what do you know? The world is so unfair. Curses, curious deaths, that's all people care about. If it's an interesting story, they want to know. It doesn't cross their mind that real people are involved, and once they're bored, just 1 month later, once the story's lost its appeal, everyone's forgotten him.
You mean you? Duncan was... Mr. Ross was Miss Green's fiancé. Fiancé? You may not have known until now who Miss Green really is, Mr. Shamspear. But she's known exactly who you are all along. Because you're her sworn enemy. The murderer who took the man of the life she was to marry. Whoa. Mary! Miss Green, is it not the case that in order to exact revenge on Mr. Shamspear, you smeared poison over the end of a gas pipe? Oh, I feel really bad for her. This is all quite extraordinary. That is correct. Yes. Yes.
Objection!
Objection! Inhaling so deeply, it appears that my fledgling learned friend has taken in a lungful of dubious gas that's causing his judgment to be clouded. What? Why would Mr. Shamspear have wanted to kill these lodgers, as you say? You have completely failed to provide a motive. That is true, and I do not know what it is. So we're just gonna do the old Phoenix Wright flail. I have been slighted. 'Tis lies, all lies. And you'll have to forgive me, Mr. Naruhodo, sir. But I don't intend to admit to anything either. Miss Green. I'm sure you'll think I'm being very rude, but I'm not going to be sent to the gallows for the likes of this fucker. But you broke into the man's room! If you didn't do it to smear poison on the pipe, what was your reason? I thought I'd have a look around. That's all. You're right, I suspected him. So I thought perhaps I might find some evidence in his room. Evidence that it was him who took Duncan's life. Oh vileness, oh villainy, oh tyranny, oh rotundity of women! But in any case, whenever I leave my room, I do turn the key in the lock. That whole place is falling apart. Duncan showed me once how to unlock the door with some terps and a piece of wire. Oh awfulness, oh artfulness, oh tyranny, oh profanity of woman! We will consider your trespassing on some future occasion. But for now, tell the court what you found, what evidence your search revealed. Well, I spotted the note I'd sent him laying on the floor. When I went to pick it up, I noticed something. One of the floorboards was loose, and I discovered a secret hiding place. Yes, we discovered it as well. Yes. When I found it, the box wasn't empty. This rather nice key. What are you doing with that? Hold up. Give it here! Give it to me now! It's mine! I inherited it! What was that, witness? What did you say? You inherited it. Ah! No, What the fuck is going on? It was obviously important to you since you'd gone to such lengths to hide it, so I took it. I don't know what it's for, but you took something precious from me, so I took something precious from you. So if that means you can't open something now, I don't care. Give it back this minute! Give it to me! Oh, I know what it is. What? I need to recall every piece of evidence at our disposal. Because I'm sitting on the link that runs through all these events. Alright, here we go. The motivation for his crimes.
Take that!
Money! What else? The Selden file? How did you get a hold of that? Selden? The now sadly deceased Mr. Ross and the defendant Mr. Natsume have only one thing linking them. They had lodgings in the same room. Well, yes, we know this certainly. A room that was formerly occupied by Selden. Until, that is, he was arrested by Scotland Yard for his involvement in multiple burglaries. I see.
And it so happens the convict Selden left behind one very substantial mystery when he died. The sum £1,000 worth of loot that he stole, which as yet remains to be found. Ah, yes, of course, it's coming back to me now. It's written in his file here. £1,000 lost en route to hell. That was how the papers summed it up. And it seems one particular fellow inmate was with the convict in his final moments. It's not hard to imagine Selden entrusting that inmate with his most closely guarded secret, the location of the loot, and perhaps a key. Mr. Shamspeare, it was you, wasn't it? You were at the capital offender's side when he died, were you not? What are you talking about? 'Tis a false charge, I tell you, a false charge! The name of the inmate who was with Selden at his death isn't noted in this file, but a simple telegram to the prison where he died will quickly tell us how false the charge really is. But even if it's true, why would the man be so intent on killing every subsequent occupant of the convict's lodgings? There's only one explanation for that, my lord. It was in that very room Selden hid his loot. Under a shitload of books. So, it all comes out. And having established that, all of Mr. Shamspeare's actions start to make perfect sense. When he was let out of prison following Selden's death, he made immediately for Mr. Garrideb's lodgings in the hope of renting Selden's old room. However, the retired army man wasn't able to offer him the accommodation of his choice, because it had already been lent to Mr. Duncan Ross. Which is why Mr. Shamspeare subsequently devised his gas-based plot to kill the occupant of the room, and when he was successful, he presumably intended to inquire about switching. However, a certain jittery someone had beaten him to it. So you decided to use the ploy with the gas again, didn't you, Mr. Shamspeare? This time to oust Mr. Natsume. All for one simple and avaricious reason. To get your hands on £1,000 of loot. Before they get to stretch me neck. Listen, I want you to have me loot. Anything to stop the coppers getting their mitts on it. It's in the room where I was lodging when they got me. Here, this is the key to it. Take it. Always stay one step ahead, mate. See you in hell, I guess. Shamspeare. Is mine. It's mine. That loot is mine. Oh, he's not doing so good. It's all lies! I don't accept any of it! Why should I? After all, you don't have a shred of evidence! You can't prove I killed that fellow! Forsooth, I'm the victim here, remember? Isn't that right, ladies and gentlemen? Oh my god, no. If I don't admit to it, there's nothing you can do! You can't arrest me for the time being! Verily, you can't arrest the victim, can you? Isn't that right, ladies and gentlemen? Oh, they are not on your side about this, dude. I'm so close. I just need a few more hours. I swore to myself that I'd get my hands on it, and I can almost taste it now. Do you really think I'd just give up? Okay. There is a way. There's one way I can finish him. I'll shoot him. He's committed the most heinous crime to get his hands on that loot, which means all we need to do is find it first. A fine plan, were it not for the fact that the police thoroughly searched the room following the death of Mr. Ross. If it's there at all, it must be very well hidden indeed.
What do we have that can help us find where the loot is hidden? Legitimately, I have no fucking clue. My lord, the defense would like to make a proposal about how to find the late convict's hidden loot. We are in possession of something that gives us a clue to its whereabouts. What the fuck? What can we use in order to locate the hiding place of the convict's hall? I have no fucking clue. I legitimately do not know. I have no idea. I literally don't know. I have no idea. We can ask Mr. Garradeep. I don't fucking know, dude. Oh. Wait a minute.
Take that!
A great detective? Is that some kind of joke? Do you really think I'm going to be daunted by a man with such a ridiculous title? I should think the great bard ought to recognize such a title when he hears one. Mr. Shamspear. Yes! Perhaps we should compete for the honor of most ridiculous title. Ah! 'Tis Sherlock Holmes himself! What are you doing here? Your usual haunts are the filthy back streets of the capital, are they not? Ah, Mr. Reaper, it's been too long, and I see your complexion has worsened since last we met. Mr. Holmes. He does know Lord Van Zeeks well enough to say something like that. Mr. Holmes, though you may be heralded as a great detective by the population at large, that does not give you the right to come and go in my courtroom as you see fit. If I may, my lord, Mr. Holmes' newly developed scientific method has helped us uncover vital clues in this already. I call them skin prints, my lord. My method identifies every location touched by an individual under scrutiny. It's the method by which we were able to ascertain this gentleman's gas pipe activities. Oh! You only need a small sample of something the individual has previously touched to make an indicator solution. In your case, sir, I used the teacup you had been holding. Elementary! So now, Mr. Naruhodo... Ugh! What am I to use as a sample to make this indicator solution this time? Thank you for offering to help, Mr. Holmes. Help locate Selden's loot that's hidden in his own room. What form will the sample take? Do we have anything from his room? I mean, we have his books. Those aren't super helpful. How about people? What people could he have touched? Jesus Christ. I guess he shook Garradeep's hand or something? I don't know. Let's try Garradeep. We'll need something of Selden's in order to create an indicator solution. Something the convict owns happens to be in the possession of somebody listed in the court record. Oh, right. Well, of course, it must be Olive Green. Miss Green. Yes? The key around your neck, if you please. Sorry. Oh. That key belonged to Selden. There will be remnants of secretions from the man's skin on its surface we can use. Very true. That is the sample we need. Using it, we can create the indicator solution required for Mr. Holmes' skin print seeker and find out exactly what Selden touched in the room he used to rent. Whoa! Mr. Shamspear, as one great to another, I assure you. If the late convict's hall is hidden somewhere in his former lodgings, I shall uncover it in no more than 30 minutes. Oh! This is the fucking jam, man. So, Mr. Shamspear, crank that shit. The truth is well within our grasp now, and as such, you will never get your hands on Selden's stolen wealth.
In that case, I'll gladly let Mr. Holmes have the key.
No! Give me the key! The detective shan't have it! It's over, Mr. Shamspear. No! No! You're out of options. There's only one thing left for you to do. Admit your guilt. Whoa! Oh, shameful spear! Despair! Be thy name! Oh my god. Oh no. I never intended to kill the man. I just wanted to drive him out of the room, that's all. So you'd have time to find the convict's haul of stolen goods? Yes. Yet after you'd killed the young man, you still didn't move into the room. I asked the landlord, of course. I pleaded, but he refused. I was 3 months behind with the rent, for one thing. And he had the gas repair work done immediately afterwards, putting the room out of action for a while. And then this Japanese man swooped in at just the right moment to sign the new lease. Poor Mr. Natsume. What unfortunate timing. Then 5 days ago, after the incident on Briar Road when the Japanese fellow got himself arrested, I thought I'd finally have my chance. But it wasn't to be. No, the scene was sealed off and guarded by the police night and day. And if I remember rightly, Mr. Holmes spent the whole day in there reading books. I couldn't even enter the room, let alone search for the loot. Which is why, on the day Mr. Natsume was acquitted and returned to his room, you tried your trick of blowing air into the gas pipe that feeds the stove in his room. Unbeknownst to you, however, that action would lead you into a deadly trap. William Shamspear. How does it go? To be or not to be? That is the question. From Shakespeare's Hamlet, Act 3, Scene 1. Well, let me tell you, in your case, it's not to be. That is the answer. You deserve to die for what you've done. I mean, she's also going to jail, right? Attempted murder? Really? Do they give out Nobel Prizes for attempted physics? Oh, good. Skibbity Fortnite. Skibbity Fortnite. I'll never forget our conversation the night before Duncan died.
That was wrong.
The gas supply in my new lodgings are a complete disaster, you know, Olive. The gas supply? Yes, the stove always seems to go out in the middle of the night for some reason.
That's no joke. They say it's the convict's curse. Oh, Duncan, please don't stay there. I don't care how cheap it is.
All right, I won't.
There are spare rooms in my house. Why don't you leave that horrible room tonight?
No, I'd better not. We said we'd wait until we graduated before we told our parents, remember? Oh, if he'd only had premarital sex.
But that was the last time we ever spoke. That very night he fell victim to the gas. If only I'd known it was going to happen, I'd have insisted he left that horrible room this instant. But instead, all I've been left with is bitter regret. I stopped going to school, but I kept going by his house because I was very sad. I saw an Eastern-looking man. Okay, let's cool it with the anti-Asian remarks, please. But how could that be? Duncan was gone, and now this man had almost suffered the same fate. Could it really be a curse? No, it was a gay man. Then I remembered a rumor I'd heard about how gas companies go around investigating installations. Yes, everybody's heard the stories about how they check the pipes.
How anything connected to the gas can be extinguished by blowing air into the pipework.
That's what it started. A little flicker of doubt in the back of my mind that just wouldn't go away.
Was it really an accident?
Once I'd had the idea, it wouldn't leave me alone. It plagued me day and night, so I bought poison. I'd never been. I just heard people talk about them, and you really can buy anything you think of there. In some ways, being able to get on my hands on this so easily made me more determined. I had to find out one way or another. Was Duncan's death an accident, or was it murder?
And your chosen method for establishing the truth was simple, but highly effective. Smear poison on the gas pipe you suspected the man of tampering with, and wait. If Mr. Shamspeare was innocent, nothing would come of what you've done. But if he was guilty, he would pay dearly.
I found out the name of the man I suspected, William Fuckspear. And then I wrote him this little note.
I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. Come to the Slug and Salad at 5 p.m. on the 17th. Don't tell anyone else about the meeting. It is a matter of utmost importance.
And then I snuck in his fucking house.
And of course, Mr. Shamspeare followed the instructions to the letter. I worked out where the gas pipe was straight away. I smeared poison on it. Oh no. She just loves killing. What is this cinematic here? Yes. Okay. "3 days ago, when you were first stood in the dock before me, this whole affair seemed relatively straightforward." Yes, my lord. "I certainly never imagined the depths of depravity that we should subsequently find lurking behind the scenes. It has been a long road, my Nipponese friend." Oh, yes. And one I certainly didn't envisage walking with you. Nevertheless, together we have reached the light at the end of the tunnel, as it were. Miss Green.
Yes, my lord.
You will henceforth be stripped of your freedom as punishment for the attempted murder of Mr. William Shamspeare.
Fuck.
And you, Mr. Shamspeare, will be killed. Oh, garnet.
Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes?
Yesterday at the hospital, when you and your friend stopped me from killing myself, I wasn't myself. I can't even really remember what was going through my mind. To be or not to be, I suppose. That's a question that's so hard to answer, it seems.
Yes. Well, personally, I'm glad of your being here, Miss Green. Now enjoy life in prison.
Oh.
And I'd like to believe that it's a blessing Mr. Shamspeare didn't die when he ingested the poison, because now we get to kill him at the hands of the state.
Oh. Oh. Really, I can't thank you enough.
Oh, Miss Green. Yes, my lord. The court declares that you are exonerated from blame in this matter. Accordingly, I would call upon the ladies and gentlemen of the jury to present a verdict of not guilty.
We are in full agreement, my lord. In that case, I hereby declare the defendant. Yay! Holy! That was a fucking... that was a hell of a case. Oh my god. It feels like that took like 10 hours. Court is adjourned. Oh, yes, yes, at last! Divine justice duly done! Divine justice? My dear fellow, if there were any divine justice in this world, you would shave that mustache. Fuck off! Some say that a luxuriant mustache is a sign of physical prowess, Mr. Holmes. Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire, once again, you've saved me from doom! I'm very happy to have been able to help, Mr. Natsume. Congratulations on your acquittal. You're second in almost as many days. Oh. I was first acquainted with and gained affection for English literature whilst in our great homeland empire. My ass is going back! The city of bricks and mortar became my prison. Try as I might, I never found my feet here. In the end, I confined myself to my room and lived life through friendly old books. You've had such a difficult time, haven't you? Ah, but a week ago now, I dragged you out of that dark and dingy room of yours, did I not? You did. And I've seen more of life in this week than all my years to date. And for the first time, I feel I've begun to see the true face of the English that's so far been hiding from me behind the wall of fog. My dear fellow, there is nothing special about the true face of the English, as you put it. Wheresoever one goes in the world, humans are human. There are few genuine differences. Yes, I think you're right. I've finally started to see that, and I've come to understand something. I've worked out why I was attracted to English literature in the first place. It made me see that whatever our nationality, we humans all have the same hopes and fears. We're all just doing our best to live. Well said. I've come to feel the same way. Ugh. I've made a decision, too. I'm going to cut short my study tour here and return to Japan. Just when we'd become friends here in England, what a terrible shame. Oh, I know. It does tug at my heartstrings. It really does. But I've decided I'd like to take everything I've learned here in Britain and write something of my own. A novel of sorts, I suppose. Oh my. So you'll be creating your own literature, Mr. Natsume. How wonderful. Oh, well, no, I wouldn't presume to call it literature. Why not? When that is precisely the definition, Mr. Mustache. You are... okay, fine. But as of now, all I know is that I'd like to try my hand at writing. I have no delusions of grandeur. I, for one, would love to read your work. Well, all things considered, it may be for the best. After all, you have once again emerged victorious from a battle with a Reaper. Oh, yes. And there is no salvation for a person in the dock when the Reaper is the prosecutor. The desire to return post-haste to the perceived safety of your homeland is one I quite understand. My goodness, yes. Faced with such a terrifying prospect, nobody would consider that cowardly, I'm quite sure. But that's not why I'm leaving! I mean it! Oh. Great, he got away. The only possible explanation that comes to mind is what happened after the trial on the following day. The day we uncovered the loot. Oh, come on. You're not going to tell me about it, you son of a bitch. Oh, yeah, we are. Okay. As I believe I told you, skin prints are extremely useful in such situations. Wouldn't you agree, Gregson? Fuck off! Gregsy's been happily munching in agreement this whole time, you know. Happily. So, it transpires the man fashioned a hiding place in the ceiling. What's the loot? Let us look then, if you're ready.
It's $1,000, right? We know what it is. What is that? Oh. Whoa. The royal family's into some kinky shit. A huge collar with gemstones. There are some dark stains on the inside. What the fuck? A B for bastard. Big bastard. That's enough of that, I think. Well, Inspector, I believe you ought to be taking this on you. It could be valuable evidence, after all. Must be kept safely under lock and key. Yes. Get your grubby hands off there, you lot, and hand it over now. What the fuck? Well, that was a funny case, wasn't it? But it's all buttoned up now. Sort of. A word, please, Iris. I'm sorry, but you can't write about this case. It's out of the question. Then I shall have to insist you limit yourself to the first of your two titles. The second must never be written. Is that clear? Interesting.
And so it was that the second of Souseki-san's cases became buried in obscurity.
Oh?
Now, looking back, I feel I understand. I can see why Mr. Sholmes forbade Iris from publishing the story.
I can't.
It would take a little longer before I saw the link between everything that had happened and would happen. For it wasn't until 2 months after the arrival of Susato-san's letter that events began to unfurl again, with an incident that took place at the very heart of the eagerly awaited Great Exhibition of London.
Okay, that... Listen, I'm happy that we played through that. That was one of my least favorite cases in any Ace Attorney game. That was brutal. That was... Oh, man. That was a really fucking rough one, man. Holy shit. Is that a well-loved case? It really was not interesting to me at all. Holy...